Very good morning to all of you. A very good morning. Thank you very much for joining us out here at Sydney Airport. Once we set up a camera, a tripod, everything was fine, nice and calm, and right now it's super windy. We absolutely have no idea what's going to happen with their runway operations. Let us see which runways they happen to use. Won't be too long, another 16 minutes. But we are pretty happy to be out here streaming for all of you. How's everyone doing? Hoping everyone's doing well. Thank you very much for joining us today live here at Sydney's airport. Hey Mark, not a problem. Have a wonderful time at work, and yeah, whenever you are free, you can feel free to join in. Hello Elle, nice to see you after a very long time. Really appreciate it. And yes, hopefully you can watch a bit of us out here at Sydney Airport before you go and get some good rest for the night. So yeah, let us hope we can keep you entertained. Hopefully I just don't get blown away by the wind. So if in case you don't hear any commentary, just know that I would have been blown away by the wind. Yeah, having said that, it's going to be a wonderful day. Hopefully the weather just doesn't get any worse than this. It was supposed to be a nice day, no wind and stuff like that, but yeah, I don't really see that happening anymore. Yeah, apart from the wind, I think we should be pretty good. Let us see. Yep, what we have on screen is Thai Airways A350. They will be departing later today. Yeah, we will be catching them. Then there's Emirates. They would have already finished boarding, I believe, and they should be ready to push back in the next few minutes. As we all know, they are one of the first A380s. In fact, the first A380 departure of any given day is Emirates for its flight to Dubai. And yeah, let us see, we'll be having a lot of those domestic departures as well. Having said that, the domestic departures is something, most of the domestic departures is something we don't get to see because they depart from behind us. That is runway 34 right and 16L, depending on which runways are being in use. But for the most part, we don't get to see them because they are quite far off behind us, and there's a lot of terrain, such as the ATC behind us, as well as plants and stuff like that. However, don't be sad about that one, because we will be streaming from different places, so we can always capture those departures and arrivals for you all in the coming months as we get more daylight in the morning. As you can see right now, it is 5:47 a.m. and there's not much daylight, but if we pan around to the east, you can see the sky brightening up ever so slightly. So yes, it's almost about time for us to go into daylight savings. That is about a month and a half more, which is not too far off, I would say. So let us hope for the best. I do believe by September, mid-September. By mid-September is when we tend to get a bit more daylight, earlier than usual. I would say somewhere around 6 or something. It's reasonably bright, so hopefully we can get some action for you all. Good morning, Kerry. Hello. Woo! You're from Scotland, all the way from Scotland. So I should wish you good evening. Good evening, Kerry. How's everything been? Hoping you're having a great start to the week. Monday evening for you out there. Thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it, Kerry. Gerald, Vienna, have a lovely evening from Vienna. Good morning in Sydney. Yes, thank you very much, Gerald. How are you? Thank you very much for joining us this Monday evening and Tuesday morning. Hope you had your dinner, mates, and hope you're having a great time. It's about a bit windy here, and I'm scared that I may get blown off. So if in case you do not hear me commenting, please just get in touch with the Sydney ATC or Sydney Airport and ask them to check on us. We are just at the base of the ATC tower. Yeah, having said that, that's just a joke, but hopefully the wind doesn't pick up too much, because when the runways do change, that is, if we end up being on runway 25, we may not get much or a good view, I would say, from where we are positioned at this very moment. But let's hope for the best. I'll just pan around. I was hoping to see some nice planes out here. These are the remote bays, but nothing. The other day, that's on Saturday, we had Qatar Airways Boeing 777 out there parked for quite some time. Yeah, today not much, but let's hope for the best. Won't be too long before the action begins. 11 minutes. 11 exact minutes. That's nice to know, Kerry. Hoping everything's well. And how's the heat wave? You know, we've had so many mates. In fact, at work, I have mates from the UK, from Ireland, and they were saying that the surrounding places were baking in the summer heat, the heat wave. I do believe it's probably reduced right now. The heat wave isn't there anymore, if I'm correct. And I think one of our viewers last week told us that it's getting slightly cooler. So hopefully that's the case out there for you in Scotland as well. Haha, L says the beast is back in town. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, not too sure if we are the best, though, I would say. Yeah, because, quite a lot of channels all across the world. In fact, we were watching the channel at Manchester the other day. What a lovely show they had. I think it was last, maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, something I can't really recollect. But lovely, and to see the aviation community spotting from across everywhere in the world. How good is that? Wow, we do see planes. Let me see. Alrighty, so you see this one, bank center of the screen. That's not a star, that's a plane. And I do believe there's another one, but I think we can't get them on screen. Yeah. Oh, okay, there you go. We've got two of them. This may prompt a last-minute runway change, because I see another plane going right up about that side. So yeah, flight radar will give us more information not too long from now, as well as the ATC. Let us see how things work out. Okay, as per my understanding, yeah, we are getting runway 16 operations, which means we will be able to see the planes coming in nice and high from out there to land. Yeah, that will be lovely. Woohoo, I see the crescent of the moon. Let me see if I can capture that one for you all. There you are. The moon cannot hide. Yeah, lovely. Alrighty, not too long, 5:52, 8 more minutes for us to get that action. Thai Airways, they are at the remote stand. They won't be departing anytime soon. But where's Emirates? They've pushed back. Wow. 5:52 and they've pushed back. Super lovely. L is asking us, did you talk to ATC? No, I didn't. If I did, they would tell me, just get out of here. They would tell me that they are too stressed regardless. So yeah, I won't disturb them, but I'm pretty sure they watch us, because we did have two guys come to us back in the month of May when we were streaming out here in the evening. And they had their 15-minute break and they were chatting with us, so they did tell us that they watch our streams. So we were quite happy to know that. So yeah, hopefully they can still keep watching our streams. All right, Kerry says it has been amazing heat, but yes, it's reduced this week. Has to be nice. My daughter starts a AS in nursery this week. That is good. All the best to your daughter. This week Wednesday she's a non-verbal autistic and will get picked up with other kids. Cool. I'm pretty sure she's going to have a great time, and let's hope the best for her. Yeah, let's hope the best for her, Kerry. And I do believe she would be pretty excited to get to school, get to the nursery and mix around with other kids. There's nothing like that. So wishing her the best, and wishing you the best as well, Kerry. It's going to be a great, exciting time. It's going to be a lot of responsibilities as well, considering, going to school, going to nursery, never easy. There's a lot of things you've got to look after and stuff like that. So let's wish Kerry and her daughter the best. Yes, Kerry, please don't worry. I do know that anxiety that parents would feel, because the place where I work, we do have parents, feeling quite anxious about stuff. But we are lucky enough to be having a wonderful school and stuff like that, right, for kids. So I'm pretty sure it would be the same for you as well, considering the Scottish people, they are pretty friendly, I would say. And I say this not because I've been there, but I would say it just because I've heard so much from my English friends, from the Brits out here. So hoping everything goes well. Let us pray and hope that it's going to be a smooth one for your daughter, and let's just hope that your daughter enjoys. I'm pretty sure the first few days, if your daughter is a bit anxious too, she might feel like, oh, she doesn't want to go to school. But it's not going to be too long before she would love going to school and mixing with her friends, and they could be quite mischievous as well. So let us hope for the best for your daughter, and please don't worry, Kerry, please don't worry. Let us hope everything goes well. No worries. Alrighty. Planes lining up. We should be getting more of this action. In fact, a lot of this action pretty soon. MH251 to be the first arrival of the day. MH251, Malaysia Airlines from Kuala Lumpur. Nice and empty runway for now. Won't be empty for too long. We are getting our first arrival already. There you see MH251 on finals. MH251 followed by JQ989 Perth to Sydney, that is Jetstar. EK415, they've pushed back. I think they're just awaiting clearance. Wishing the ATC Sydney Airport and all of us a very, very good morning. All the best to all of us.
Juliet, Alpha Bravo 4.
58 minutes past 5, 2 minutes prior to the end of the curfew. Alrighty everyone, let's put our hands together, sit back, relax, keep watching. If you're enjoying the stream, hit the like button. We are getting our first arrival and you can see the moon is supported by that pillar. How good is that? Woohoo! Alrighty, let's give it a crack for the first arrival of the day, MH251 from Kuala Lumpur. 6 a.m. on the dot, and there we have a touchdown. How good is that? Nice to get that. EK415, Sydney to Dubai. Trying to get another arrival. This is on runway 16 left, but we weren't able to see much because then they go past behind the ATC and all of the buildings. Yeah, there you go. It's just that much that we can get for now. Yeah, but worry not, we'll be getting a lot of the action on runway 16 right, and it's going to be a pretty good one. So stay tuned.
You might see a 737 up there left, so keep waiting.
As you all can see, it's getting ever so slightly bright. Won't be too long before we get the daylight, and maybe another half hour or so before we have the sunrise. No worries, Kerry, no worries. In fact, Kerry, just wanted to let you know that we were not supposed to be streaming today, right? But the reason why we are streaming is on Saturday morning, we were streaming and one of our viewers told us that we are reaching about 7,000 subscribers odd, and we were like, we are not too sure if we will hit 7,000 subscribers during that very stream. But I said that if in case we do, I'm going to call in sick at work and I am going to come out here and stream on a weekday. And then it was just a challenge for us. And yeah, fortunately we did. Yeah, all thanks to God, all thanks to each and every one of you that we reached 7,000 subscribers. And that's the reason why we are celebrating today with 7,000 subscribers, having called in sick at work. How good is that, right? Thank you very much. Thank you so very much, Kerry, for joining us. What we see on screen, EK415, they are taxiing to runway 16 right for their departure to Dubai International Airport. JL51, Tokyo Haneda to Sydney service. Let us capture them. Hey Andrew, hello. Woohoo. Oh no, hopefully I don't. Hopefully, Kerry, I don't. Hopefully now. Yeah. Nice to see Japan Airlines being the second one to come out here. Usually they arrive very slightly later than usual, like let's say about 10 minutes past 6, but today they are 4 minutes past 6 and on the ground. We'll come to that, but look at what we have here, the Toy Story livery of Virgin Australia. Had it been a slightly bit more brighter, it would get a very good look, but I think this is what we can get for now. It looks super wonderful during the daytime. Let us see if they do arrive back to Sydney later in the day, because we do plan to stay here for a while. That is Japan Airlines One World livery. Yes, indeed, L. That is right. You're absolutely right. And one of the first departures. Woohoo! What a wonderful departure that was. Sydney to Melbourne service, as we all know, that was QF 401. Sydney to Melbourne being the busiest route here in the southern hemisphere, not only in Australia. Garuda Indonesia QF 42. However, let us capture some closer action. Another plane. That's nice, Kerry. That is very nice that you love the Toy Story livery. Have you seen it earlier as well on our channel or something? Because we did capture it during bright daylight and they look awesome. Yeah, as you can see, it's getting ever so slightly bright. Maybe we should be having more daylight in the next few minutes. But yeah, let us just hope, the Toy Story livery goes out and about and gets back to Sydney later in the day. In fact, there have been times we've caught one plane departing from Sydney. They've been to Melbourne and then they're back to Sydney out here. And then they would go to Brisbane and then back to Sydney out here again. And we are lucky to have captured them all that very time. On a single stream. Forgot to mention on a single stream, yeah. Qantas A330 from Jakarta.
Welcome to ground lucky 16.
Okay, what do we see on screen? Emirates EK415 for its flight to Dubai International Airport, Terminal 3. Meanwhile, we have another plane out the side.
Hold short.
As you can see, it's getting super busy. Just 8 minutes since curfew ended. 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. every night is when we have the curfew. That's not going to be there at Western Sydney Airport. Western Sydney Airport is going to be a 24-hour airport, curfew free. Alright, EK415 cleared for takeoff.
Qantas 64, taxi holding point, Bravo 1, 916 right.
Let's see if we can spot them from behind the trees. Not really. Ooh, just ever so slightly. Maybe once they get high up in the sky, if we see them. Nah, maybe another time, but not for today. Next arrival, QF74 San Francisco to Sydney service. Indeed, indeed, L. That was the beast from the east. And I've been on that service very many times, so I really feel quite close and connected to that service.
Bravo 1, holding my Bravo 1. Sorry, 989, continue. Sorry.
There's a service that just came in from Jakarta.
Sorry, 10, cross 22 plans, Bravo 10, remain 164.
We'll be panning around. Let's have a look. We see Singapore Airlines Boeing 777-300ER. They will be departing in about the next hour, I would say. Fiji Airways, they haven't pushed back today. They are a bit late. Yeah, Japan Airlines as we see, and British Airways. British Airways arrived from London Heathrow via Singapore Changi. They arrived at, I would say, 5:10 a.m. That's when we were just setting up our tripod and stuff like that. And Malaysia Airlines, we had seen MH251, the glass building that we see bank center off the screen. That is the food court of Terminal 1, Sydney's International Terminal. I've been there very many times. In fact, we streamed from there in February from inside the terminal. Wishing everyone a very, very good morning. Thank you very much for joining us from here at Sydney Airport. Hoping you all are having a great start to the day. KE 401 on the Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner of Korean Air. Oh yeah, L, we did not get Pepsi. Yes, we did not get the Pepsi livery either today, or we didn't get it even on Saturday, but we got it last Monday. So we got it last Monday, we got it last Sunday, I believe, as well. But yeah, sadly, this past Saturday and even today, we did not get the Pepsi livery. But then they do come quite often. Hopefully, the next time we stream, you should be able to get it. Yeah, let's hope for the best. Qantas having that super long taxi to the gate. Let's get hold of, all right, Qantas 737 photobombing us, and there you go, Corine. Right, let's capture SQ221. Singapore Changi to Sydney service on the Airbus A380, a very popular service.
That green airport, very much. Delay there, holding short, rate 25.
Woohoo! Lovely. Yep, we will be getting them again as they turn around and taxi to Terminal 1. Corine 787-10. We will be seeing them depart later today, not too long from now, maybe about an hour and a half or so. Whoa. Oh, we just missed it. That plane, yeah, this plane was swaying around a bit. Yes. Ooh, there you go, there you go. You can see it ever so slightly. Good morning, everyone. I'm wishing everyone a very, very, very good morning. Thank you very much for joining us from Sydney's airport. It's wonderful to have you all out here with us on a Tuesday morning. I mean, it's so windy that we have a risk that I could just be blown off. Hopefully I don't. Hopefully I hold my tripod nice and tight. Glad to see the sun coming out nice and bright. Not really the sun, I think it's more of just the daylight as of now. A bit more time before we have the sunrise.
Mike, sitting ground, B9 super. And request to push off the goal, please.
Whoa, ho, ho, look at that. Whoa. Ooh. Did you all see that? Wow. Wow. Woo-hoo. Well done, well done. Ah. Superb. What a great way to be entertained this morning. Great job, pilots. Great job. Singapore Airlines SQ221. Oh, Kelly says checking out windy Wellington, New Zealand too. Indeed. Have a great time, Kelly. Yeah, that's the Qantas aircraft that we saw. Been a while since we last saw something that entertaining. It was a bit crazy. I thought they'll almost go around, but yeah, they were pretty sorted with that one. So great work by them though. Good morning, Ben. Very good morning. Yes, it's an awesome day. I think it's just a bit windy, but not to the point that it could be destructive, I would say. So wonderful one. Not too sure, Ben, if you were around here when we just had Qantas maybe arrive about 2 minutes ago. They had a wonderful touchdown. They were swaying like crazy. But yeah, the pilots did a wonderful job. I'm pretty sure the passengers would have had a great laugh after that. VA2, that is Virgin Australia 2 on Qatar Airways Boeing 777-300ER. Whoa, look at that. Okay, handled it well. Yes, lovely. This is the super lovely pilots, the super lovely plane, QF44 from Denpasar. What a wonderful job they did.
Do you remember one from Planet on Bravo? Yes, that's it.
Quite a lot more heavies to come in. American Airlines 73 QF8 from Dallas Fort Worth. Of course, it's on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, not the usual A380 that we get.
AB2 Heavy, Sydney ground, right, Bravo, hold, up running 25. Bravo, hold.
Good morning, you're cleared opposite to the threshold from runway 07. Keep that speed up. No way. Runway threshold. Speed up. Best time. Is you alright? Pretty well now. Yeah, 21. So keep your city. Yeah, good day, you ready? Just as you
That was a nice landing by American as well. Yeah, we did see them swaying a bit too. It's a bit windy, so definitely we would be having that action. Pretty normal, I would say. Not dangerous at all whatsoever. Let us pan around, get another landing out here. Alright, we'll get that flare. Oh, okay. They are moving as well a bit. Yeah, but they are pretty sorted. Yeah, nice. Good morning everyone, wishing everyone a very good morning. Thank you very much for joining us out here at Sydney Airport. We just witnessed QF8 that has come in from Dallas Fort Worth. We had American Airlines arrive as well. As you can see, they are taxiing past right in front of us. And pretty soon we'll be having DL41, that is Los Angeles to Sydney service, on their A350-900 DL41 Delta 41. Having said that, let us capture a few departures as well from runway 16 right. We won't even get to see them rotating. Let us see if we can just spot them high up. Oh, okay, a bit. And yes, thanks for giving us that action. Maybe not anymore. So let's pan around. We have plenty of arrival action, as we can see. Yeah, two of them lined up on finals. DL41 on finals. After that will be EY450 Abu Dhabi to Sydney service on the A350-1000. Indeed, L, indeed, right? So much difference. This is what I always say, like at 6 a.m. it's going to be a bit too crazy, and then yeah, a lot of action at Sydney begins in the morning. And that is Delta DL41 from Los Angeles, California.
clean the studio, next right into that, that's Foxtrot.
25 for Bay 59
Okay, we still have a bit of time for Etihad on the A350-1000 to come in here. Let's check when we get DL41. Yeah, they'll take a while, I believe. So we'll just wait for more of this action coming in from Abu Dhabi.
10 knots crossed, right, clear to land.
And just on time, the A350-1000 of Etihad.
Golf to Bay 59, 41.
41, Roger.
Indeed, El, indeed. Oh, those cranes, I tell you. Hopefully they don't really cause too much of disturbance. Because sometimes it can get crazy, like I always say.
Down to 25, then you push back to 30. Today, Charlie Delta Seaground, good morning. 57. Taxi Alpha, Juliet, E Hontra, I mean 25. 7, taxi Alpha, Juliet,
Well, 621, back lifted onto Foxtrot, contact now 121.
Trust ground,
1690 Runway.
Good morning, Lot. Wishing you a very, very good morning. How are you? Hoping everything's well, and thank you very much for joining us.
41 Sydney ground, taxi 97, early left turn, taxi to B4.
No worries, Lot. No worries at all. We are happy to bring the stream to you. Happy to be streaming, get some nice action. Yeah, it's fun. It's always fun.
Sydney ground, give way to inbound bay 45 pushback group.
L says they have a lot of landing from Poland. Okay, I do believe it's a very busy route, right? A lot of people traveling back and forth. That's why maybe. Whoa, Lot Airlines. Wow, I totally forgot about that. Lot. Wow. Come on, L, come on. But thank you very much. Thank you so much for that one.
We had a jump on Yankee cross runway 25. Jetstar left to right at Golf. Hit a bay 57. Cross runway 2.
CX 111 Hong Kong to Sydney service.
Qantas 24 Aviation. Morning.
Oh yes, that is true, L. Because I totally did not even realize that you were talking about Lot Airlines. I just thought that you were saying there's very many airlines. Sorry, not very many airlines. Very many services flying to Poland as such. But yeah, a lot of Polish airlines. Yeah, totally. I've heard of them. I've seen them on YouTube, on TV news and stuff like that. But yeah, I was not expecting it. It became more of a thing like I read it as, oh, okay, there's a lot of airlines, a lot of landings out there from Poland, but I didn't really even take into consideration a lot of Polish airlines. Yeah, totally understand.
Good morning, you're from base 34, it's currently 5, taxi by Alpha, runway 25. Alpha, 25, landing.
Wishing everyone a very, very good morning. Once again, thank you very much for joining us from here in Sydney Airport. We are here at Sydney Airport and yeah, it's a bit cold. It wasn't as cold even when we came out here, when we woke up at 3 in the morning, but it's cold now. How crazy is that? All right, in Amsterdam, not often, just a couple a day. Okay, cool, I got that. Yeah, I think maybe even with a couple, if the flights are full, that does mean that you're having somewhere around, what, maybe 500-600 people traveling each day? That would be quite a lot, right? Wow, that would be nice. 5 777s and 4 A380s. Which airlines was flying the A380 out there? Is it like from one of the European carriers or something?
Sydney 91 Alpha perspective.
Hey AvGeek, hello, good morning. How are you? Hoping everything's well. AvGeek, not really I would say, but just because it's windy, we had a very wonderful QF flight and we saw them, they were swaying quite a bit just before touchdown, but they managed it quite well. That was a pretty good one. I think it was about 20-25 minutes ago. Yeah, but good to see you, mates. No problem if you can't stay long. I do understand it's the weekday and a lot of people have a lot to do. Maybe school, college, uni, work. Yeah, you know, there's a lot of things, but really appreciate you joining us. Thank you. And I do hope everyone has a great day. Thank you very much, AvGeek, for joining us. As you know, we did promise that we would be streaming weekday. And here we are.
Via Bravo 1, holding point Bravo 1, runway 16 right.
What is 405? We can't do it. What is 800?
Bravo 1, holding point.
The 405, on the 65 Bravo.
Oh yeah, on the weekend stream, AvGeek, if you recollect, that is on Saturday, if you recollect when you said that we would be hitting 7,000 subscribers, and I said, yeah, if we do, then I would be calling in sick and I would be streaming live on the weekday. And here you are. How good is that? Malaysian over the top to New Zealand, is it? Let's have a look. Okay, I can't really see anything in the sky. Maybe they are too high up. Ooh, okay, let us see. We got out there, can see it with my naked eye. I'm not too sure if we can get it on screen. There you go. Thank you very much, Ninja.
Low Delta and Alpha 1 crossroad 6 right at Charlie, the opposite direction of Qantas.
That was nice. Thank you so very much. All right. L says no. Air France KLM don't fly often. Also, Atlas Air. Yeah, Atlas would be the cargo. Emirates, KLM, China Southern, and Etihad, and some else. Rest all baby planes. Go.
Anything below that? Go. So, yeah, 330 can't be on Bravo 1 is super, but anything below that is fine. Okay, that is it. No problem.
A very warm welcome to all of you on this cold and windy day here in Sydney. Thank you very much for joining us. We hope to keep you entertained. We were supposed to get the lovely Juneyao Air with their special livery, but yeah, they have not yet come today, a bit delayed. So we'll be capturing them regardless. Yeah, sometimes I think, you know, it's more about the temperatures and stuff, right? There's a lot to the contrails, but yeah, we didn't see a contrail on that one.
Bravo 2.
Hopefully we can spot a few more planes high up right above us. We did see Emirates as well on flight radar, which was the Dubai to Auckland service that passed right over our head. But yeah, having seen the sky, having checked the sky, we couldn't see any. So I do believe they would have been pretty high up, and there was a bit of cloud cover, ever so slightly. So, you know, that could be one of the reasons why we weren't able to get a good look of them.
To outbound zone 2, 335.
Converting outbound. Killing 1814, sitting down today.
Ooh, we have an L loves wide bodies, but the 777 and A380s are nice. Yes, indeed, indeed. No doubt about that. What happened to Junea Way today? We were supposed to get the Oriental Ruby livery. Yeah, but look at this one anyway. Looks cool, right?
Airbus A380-800, vacating the runway, round 126, flight.
Oh, Cathay Pacific already waiting for their gate.
Request X, Bravo 4, over. The 19 taxi via Bravo 4, holding point, shot, runway 1. Bravo 4, Bravo.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, when we had Junea Air on the screen, we did mention that they were supposed to come with their Oriental Ruby livery, but then they came in with a Chinese silk ribbon livery that we just captured. As they do pass in front of us to Terminal 1, we'll be bringing them back on screen yet again. Oh, really? Okay, cool. So that's the reason. Like, why would we have two Junea Air? Because I would have literally thought that Junea Air just has one service here to Sydney. That's in the morning. Is there a special reason why they have two, or would it just be some sort of glitch? Because I do know last night when we checked, we were supposed to have the Oriental Ruby livery coming out here, but then we get the silk ribbon livery as we just saw them arriving. So maybe there could be a glitch on flight radar. But yeah, as I speak, not too sure if there's another 787-9 coming as well. So if anyone knows much about it, please fill us in on that one. Please update us. Oh yes, AvGeek, yeah, we did capture we did capture that one right above us. Alright, L says we have the banana plane sometimes, most in the Frankfurt together with UPC, Condor, etc. Oh yeah, I love Condor just for their unique liveries, you know, the colors and all, so I love them. Alright, here you go, Junea Air. This is what we were talking about. We were supposed to get another livery, but maybe a last minute equipment change. Oh really, AvGeek? 5 seconds apart? 5 seconds would be a bit too close, I would say, because you've literally got to have a few kilometers distance. So yeah, I do believe it would be a glitch because flight radar would have not picked up on the equipment change. So I think that is the issue, because as we can see, as we just saw, it was Junea Air with their Chinese silk ribbon livery. We have captured the silk ribbon livery earlier as well, but we were excited to get the Oriental livery. Not that we have not captured the Oriental livery, we have, but yeah, it's just a bit exciting. Okay, the other one just disappeared. Okay, so that explains it. That it would have been a glitch on flight radar. Flight radar would have not got the updated schedule until about landing time over here. So yeah. Hey, Junea Air is from China. They have come in from Shanghai, PWG, Shanghai Pudong International Airport. And most of the time, Junea Air always flies its special livery, maybe Chinese silk ribbon livery that we see now, or the Oriental livery, or you'll also get the blossoming China livery, the petals livery. I don't know what the full name for the petals are, but yeah, they have wonderful liveries, and I always enjoy watching them. I was a bit excited for their Oriental livery today, but it seems to be we did not get that one. I do believe it is a last minute equipment change, because until like late last night it was saying the Chinese Oriental livery, which is painted in, the whole plane is painted in a nice maroon color. Yes, AvGeek, in fact, most of the time whenever I've seen them, I think I've almost always got them in their special livery. Maybe only once or twice I've ended up getting them in their standard livery, which is very rare. The thing is, I can't even recollect what exactly their standard livery is compared to their special liveries. You know, they are that popular with their special liveries. not really L, not the Oriental Express, but I wouldn't complain. I wouldn't complain. I really love them when they fly out here and, you know, get all of their liveries and stuff like that. Alrighty, QF20 Manila to Sydney service on Qantas's Airbus A330-300.
Bravo 3, nothing.
And wishing everyone a very, very good morning. How are you, AvGeek Aviation? Hoping everything's well. Thank you very much for joining us and letting us know about QF12. Yes, we did capture them as they were flying right in front of us, and we will be capturing more of them as they arrive. Will be fun. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. 140 likes. Thanks for letting us know. Appreciate it, mates. And yes, since you mentioned it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls watching us from everywhere in the world, if you're enjoying the stream, you know what to do. Hit the like button, enjoy it, subscribe to the channel, and we hope to bring you a lot more of the streams. Nice. That's very nice, AvGeek Aviation. Lovely, nice to know that. Hoping you're having a great start to the week. Only Tuesday. Hoping you had a great Monday, and yeah, hoping it's going to be a lovely, nice day. El says still miss Tiger Airways. Oh yeah, I do recollect you told me long time ago as well when we were on the stream and you had spoken about it. Yeah, I do recollect that. And I like the beers special in Singapore. Oh yeah, I mean the Tiger beer and all, it's served quite often on Singapore Airlines flights. It's pretty common, and hopefully you'll be able to travel and get some beers.
Taxi by Yankee Bay 3.
Yeah, the good old days. Air Canada 33 on their Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner.
Textile 79, got any departures by?
Bus, at the moment, you're up.
Ground 1747.
AvGeek, no, I did not know that. I absolutely did not know that. Back in 1985, I did not even exist, but yeah, I still did not know that. I got to know now, the fact that you mentioned it, but yeah, nice to know it. Thank you very much. I do believe the antenna 224 or 225, whatever it is, they arrived in Western Australia back in 2020 or something. 2019, 2020, it won't be 2019, as far as I can recollect, maybe 2020, they were transporting some heavy machinery, and it was quite a craze out there in Western Australia. It was all over the news here in Sydney. There were people from Sydney who traveled to Western Australia to go get a look. AvGeek says same, I didn't exist. Yeah, we are the new existence. We are the new existing people out here. Hey Louis, hello, welcome. How are you, Louis? Nice to see you. Long time no see. Hoping everything's well with you, Louis. Thanks for joining us today. Really appreciate it. British Airways, they are just being towed to the remote gate. They won't be departing until about later today in the afternoon. But what do we have here? QF12 Los Angeles to Sydney service on the Airbus A380. Oh yes, L, indeed.
Canada 33 on Runway 25, taxi by International to Space 10. Alright, no, I'll do this down there.
Sydney ground, T, hold short of Bravo 4.
Second, hold short of Bravo 4. Go. 4624, base 47 Alpha. 25. 25.
Nice, very nice. Yeah, hell, it would have been after 1985, and yeah, back then there were quite a lot of wars, right? No doubt about that. But yeah, you know, wars never really help anyone. Pretty much, that's the end of this new one. Pretty much that's you know the end of the story. Wars never really help in whatever reason, but you know they do take place and stuff. Yeah, that's a totally different topic to talk altogether. But yeah, hopefully no more wars for us even in our time. Let's hope for the best. Hey, morning Craig, hello, welcome to the stream. Hoping everything's well, and thank you very much, Craig, we did not know it's even going to be windy. We set up nice when it was nice and calm. It wasn't even cold. We were thinking, alrighty, maybe we are already entering spring sort of thing, because it was not at all cold. But yeah, it just turned in a matter of a few minutes where it started blowing, and yeah, it's still blowing. But thank you very much, really appreciate it, and appreciate you joining us on the stream. Thank you. AvGeek says Singapore Airlines bought their A340-300 down there once. Cool. AvGeek also says Qantas bought their A330-300, 747 SPE and the 787-9s. Yeah, cool. That is good to know actually, because being Australians, being an Australian airline, you know, there's a lot of aviation lovers out there in Hobart, in the whole of Tassie. So yeah, definitely it would have been a treat. Anyone would have loved it. The Soviet Union that time. Yeah, the Soviet Union, and then you know they just fell off and things like that. Yeah, a lot of things happened in the past, in the history. Yeah, but good to know. Thanks for sharing with us.
hold short of front 25.
Yes, so L, the thing is, we are using dual channel for the ATC audio. So, you know, we are not using the same channel. So we are using the audio mixer wherein we speak on one channel, but the audio from the ATC comes on another channel so that it doesn't overpower. Because earlier when we started using the ATC, we were using a single channel and that would have overpowered most of the audio, and that's the reason we do it that way.
Bravo, today, 66, pushback approved.
Good morning, 561. Yoda Heavy is morning, established, what is right?
Chase 561, Heavy City Tower, continue approach.
Continue approach, 561, Yoda Heavy.
28 right up to Alpha, ground 1265.
All right, AvGeek, have a wonderful time. Thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Qantas 28, G'day, Bay 24 currently occupied, awaiting coming.
Hey, Louis says my friend Georgia is watching with me. Hello, Georgia. Hello, thank you very much for joining us on the live stream along with Louis. Appreciate you all spending time with us this early in the morning, just 7:02 a.m. at this very moment. Thank you.
Delta wind 250 degrees up, 2 knots, cross to 12, wind, try and clear to land. Oh, wind, very clear,
Use disconnect point 1. Nice.
Disconnect point 1.
Bonus raffle. We will be having a takeaway L, but yeah, nothing like from so far off a bonus raffle. But yeah, let's see. You never know. I always saying I never really want to say no, because sometimes we end up streaming from places we thought we never ever would. So maybe the bonus raffle could just be that whenever we visit Amsterdam, of course not in the near future, I wouldn't really lie, not in the near future, but hopefully someday when we do, maybe that could be the raffle. Maybe we could come out, have a nice chat and something like that, but let's see how it works out. But yeah, for now, with all of those XP points, that does show that you're quite regular. That does show that you're quite active with the chat and you're the most engaged viewer out here. Yeah, it does mean quite a bit. Wow, catching a cold. Yeah, for now, but not really useless, because we do have quite a lot of these viewers who have a lot of XPs, and they are the most active ones. They are the most who share a lot of, you know, their stories and contribution, just like how you told us about Tiger Airways, Condor, and stuff like that. It's more about the engagement. It's more about feeling one with the community, and yes, you feel free to enjoy. Well, you will really enjoy it. You will not regret it. That is British Airways. They will be departing as BA16 later today in about 8 hours from now. So quite a lot of time for them.
Ground, g'day. Expect space 2 today. Taxi Alpha, hold short runway 25.
Taxi Alpha, hold short runway 25 and expect space 2.
Yeah, so far the safety vehicles just on their way to make sure that the airplane's clear behind you. If you could just hold on that push. Great, copy, thank you. Yellow for far, 35 push.
Hey Leo, hello. Welcome Leo. United 839.
Is that Boeing?
Taxi Yankee Golf, hold short in Norfolk.
Runway 25, taxi watch runway 10, runway 125, yes.
And we have China Southern taxiing in front of us. Hey, morning runway, hello. How are you? Thanks for joining us. Hoping you've been well.
Alpha Foxtrot, short runway 16 right.
Oh yeah, we do have about 500. I think everyone's coming here to watch the crazy windy landings. We did have a bit of crazy landings earlier. If you would have seen, if you would have joined us earlier, we did have Qantas. They almost were like, I think it would have been almost a go around had they not to correct themselves just on time. They were swaying quite a bit because it was windy. The wind has died down a bit right now. It's still windy, but not as windy as what it was earlier. But yeah, having said that, pretty good one. So I do believe everyone's just out here to be watching that crazy windy stuff. Righty, United 839. Ooh, runway. No, yes. Sorry. Tomorrow we wouldn't be here. Like I said, we just came here today out of nowhere and stuff like that. Of course we had a plan to do it one of the weekdays, but yeah, sadly tomorrow we won't be here. Are you off to Queensland? Are you off to the show? Hey, Muffin Bunny, hello. Wishing you a very good morning, Muffin Bunny. Thank you very much for joining us this early in the morning, 7:12 a.m. at this very moment on Tuesday. Ooh, lovely, lovely. Good luck with it, mates. Good luck. Hope you have a great time and enjoy yourself. Okay, let's pan around and capture the A380. Been waiting for the A380 for a while now. Glad to see them coming in finally. EK412. Yeah, quite a bit delayed, but that's totally fine. In fact, it's not really, because most of the time we see them arriving on schedule as planned, but it's 13 minutes past 7. There have been times I have arrived on this very same service and they would have arrived somewhere after 7:30 as well.
551, give way to 7:30.
Hell, that would be in Queensland, here in Australia, in Queensland, not too far off from here, but of course you've got to take a flight. If you're going to be driving, it's going to take like 15-16 hours, just depends on how many breaks and stuff you take. There have been people who've done Sydney to Queensland in a little over 13 hours as well. So yeah, I'm glad getting Emirates out here at this time, because that does mean we get them in broad daylight. As you can see, the sun has just risen and it's going to be fun to capture them. So let's go for it. Hey, runway, not really, not very many people around, considering it's the weekday. But then from experience I have seen that early morning, like right now, not very many people, but later on there would be quite a few people coming out here and just spending their time and stuff. Yeah, wonderful landing of Emirates EK412. That is True L, yes. That's in Queensland, Australia. Good morning, welcome all. Welcome to the live stream from here in Sydney. We are at Sydney's Kingsford Smith Airport. And we will be having the new Western Sydney Airport that will be commencing passenger services in October of this year, that is 25th of October to be more precise. Yeah, but for now we are out here at Sydney's International Airport, also known as just Sydney Airport.
Company A380, Yankee, Alpha, Foxtrot Intel 2. Delta. Constraint 25, taxi holding 10 or under 16 left.
What's that 125 on Alpha 101 left to Southport?
3500 to negative taxi, hold short of Bravo 8, base 5 Alpha, occupied.
GA 714 Garuda Indonesia from Denpasar.
Right, 5
On the Airbus A330-300.
Go 1, base 61.
Oh, you're going to go camping with them? Is that what you're saying, L? If that's the case, please enjoy. Have a great time. Hey, Randall, hello. Good very morning to you. How are you, Randall? Thanks for joining us. We hope we can keep you entertained. Your very first time out here. Thank you. Really appreciate it, mates. That is EK412 that has just arrived. Of course, the fact that they arrived so late, that does mean that they will be departing to Christchurch a bit later. Nice, good to know, Randall. Thanks. And hoping we can keep you happy and entertained. We do stream quite often out here in Sydney as well as from different places as well. So stay tuned. Ooh, Randall, I thought you were here in Australia. So you're from Woodburn. Wow. So I should be saying good afternoon, good evening to you. How are you, Randall? Hoping you had a great Monday. I think it's just about ending Monday for you, right? Maybe gonna be some nice evening, maybe evening drink or two, get a good snack, dinner. Have a great time, Randall. Thank you very much for joining. Appreciate it, mates. We did have a bit of American carriers come out here. We had Delta. Let me just span around and show you. So we see the tail of Delta. We did have American come in earlier today. American AA-73 from Los Angeles. United from Los Angeles. So yeah, quite a bit. Thank you very much. Hopefully we can capture some American departures for you in about an hour's time. An hour or maybe an hour and 20 minutes from now. Hey William, good morning yet again. Thank you very much for joining us. Wow, it's just 2:20 p.m. I didn't know that. Nice to know. Okay, that does make sense because it's just going to be 5:20 p.m. in New York. That does make sense, yes. Yeah, 2:20 p.m. out there for you, fair enough. And thank you very much, William. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. And yes, Randall, thank you. Hoping you're staying nice and cool out there. Considering the fact it's still peak summer, I believe. Over here, we have just passed peak winter. And it's still cold, but not as cold as it can get out there in the United States, Canada, and those sort of things. It's 14 degrees at this very moment. I think the other day we were at 4 and 5 degrees, but not more than that. Yes, L, baby planes out here. Another one, the New South Wales ambulance. Wow, it's getting a bit more busier now with the departures, considering the fact that we are done, not really done. We've had most of the departures, most of the arrivals, I should say, that have come in. But yeah, that does not mean that there's no more arrivals. There's still arrivals, there's still departures, but yeah, when you get a slight bit of that lull, you can actually put in some departures on runway 16 right, and that is what we just saw now. We'll be having more of them in, let's say, about a half an hour, because usually that time is when we do get a bit of lull regardless. Hey, hello, good morning to you. How are you, too? Thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. agree with you. I did hear about that on the news. It's been on the news for quite some time now, right? In regards to the fires. Yeah. Hopefully it's not going to be raging much more longer. Let us just hope, because we don't really want all those fires and stuff, considering the fact that fires can, cause so much of damage. I happen to see the news for quite some time now. Yeah, I totally understand. Let's hope for the best, because even last year the Los Angeles fires, they were super crazy. It went bad, so much of damage. In fact, I was out there in Los Angeles last year when the fires were raging. Yeah, there were a few places I couldn't really visit because of the fire, but yeah, let's just hope these fires die down. Always a bit too hard to control them, especially in peak summer. But yeah, fingers crossed everything works out well. Hey L, I'm not too sure. Not too sure exactly, because I'm not even following the air show. The very fact that I wouldn't be here in the country, I wouldn't be here in Australia by the time the air show begins. So yeah, we'll be out and about. Singapore Airlines SQ212, they've pushed back, so we should be getting them on their departure roll pretty soon. When I say pretty soon, that does mean a few minutes. It could be anywhere from, say, 5 minutes to 10 to 15 minutes. That is Jetstar. We did capture them arrive from Osaka Kansai. Very good morning to all of you. Thank you very much for joining us. Hoping to keep you entertained. Hello, Robert. Good morning. How are you? Hoping everything's well with you, Robert. Thank you very much for joining. Ooh, we just missed out on this, but we still get it. 100-year anniversary. Yes, William. So I do believe it was a last-minute decision. As you know, at Sydney Airport, we do have the curfew. from 11 in the night to 6 a.m. in the morning, and everything was nice and calm. But let's say just about 20 minutes prior to 6, we had a lot of wind, and it was quite windy. In fact, if you go back in the stream, you'll able to see a bit of those wind shears as well. So yes, because of that, runway 16 is in operation right now. That's why we have runway 16R, which is 16 right out here, and 16 left is on our right side. But we don't get a good view of it because runway 16 left is on our right side. And the reason why we don't get a good view is, even though the runways are parallel, runway 16 left is more built on the reclaimed land and into the bay, Botany Bay. So that does mean that we don't get a good view from here. Of course, we've got to go to another viewpoint to get a good look. We'll be bringing those viewpoints, those visuals from that viewpoint as well pretty soon, maybe later in this year or so. Singapore Airlines SQ212 to Singapore Changi Terminal 3 on the Boeing 777-300ER. Glad to see them departing on time. The other day they had departed quite late, I think about an hour later, so that was on Saturday if I'm not wrong. Now we see two Singapore Airlines flights up there.
Qantas has a view is yet to depart. Ground 121. Still got that ground. Singapore 2 already with tower 120. 105 Singapore.
Okay, we haven't captured the Dash 8 yet, I believe, for today's stream, so let's give them the screen time they deserve. Alrighty, Randall, thank you very much. In fact, thanks to you for joining us from the other side of the world, the other side of the hemisphere, like the northern hemisphere, and we are in the southern hemisphere, as you all know, we are called the land down under. Thank you very much, Randall. Really appreciate you, mates, joining us, and have a good one. And talk to you soon, mates. Stay safe.
501 to the ground, morning, continue to Aviation, hold short 25. Follow the vacating dash 8, hold 5.501.
Singapore 212. Singapore 2 Heavy City Tower.
Hey Sam Brian, hello, good morning from Adelaide. Wow, how are you, Sam? Thanks for joining us this early in the morning. I do believe it is 7:06 a.m. for you out there in Adelaide, if I am not wrong. Hoping you're having a great start to the week. It's already Tuesday, but we are still far off from the weekend. But anyway, thank you very much, Sam. Appreciate you joining us. Have a great day, and we hope we can keep you entertained, mates. Thank you very, very, very much. Please enjoy our live stream from here at Sydney Airport. Let's see if we can capture Air New Zealand. Yeah, there you go. The sun is right in front of us when we do try to film the planes out that side, so we only get a silhouette effect. However, this side, it's wonderful on runway 16 right. Singapore Airlines. Just waiting to line up on runway 16 right. I'm so used to calling it runway 34 because most of the time I've always seen runway 34 being in operation. So yeah, good to see them out there. They won't be here too long. They should be just making way for the Dash 8's arrival, as we can see, and then they will be departing pretty soon.
Right, 210, runway 16 right away. Landing right, 210 and line up runway 16, label of 630.
Nice. Singapore Airlines. Yeah, they've got to make way for a bit of these arrivals. I do believe after QF2019 coming in from Armadale, they should be out and about. Again, that's dash 8 and won't be too long. Yeah, they're pretty high up. It's going to take a while. So let's pan around, have a look at another dash 8 out here. Yeah, and whilst we await some action, wishing everyone a very good morning. Thank you very much to all joining us, to all those joining us from the United States, Canada, Mexico, whole of South America. Wishing you a very, very good afternoon. Hey, Christina. Christina says hello from Glendale, California. Hello, Christina. Nice to see you around here. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you joining us from the other side of the world and the other hemisphere of the world. We are in the southern hemisphere, you're in the northern. Appreciate you joining us. Peak summer out there. We are just past peak winter, but yeah, that's cold. And thank you very much. We hope to keep you entertained. All right, we will pan our attention to Singapore Airlines Boeing 777-300ER. They will be off to Singapore Changi Terminal 3. SQ212, they did arrive last night here at Sydney Airport as SQ211, and then they stay up here overnight and depart the very next morning because there's not much time for them to depart prior to the end of the curfew, and it's not going to make much sense to them as well, because if they are going to be rushing and if you're not going to have very many connections early morning out there in Singapore, because it takes about 8 hours, so not many people will prefer the service. But yeah, good to know that they are starting a similar service on the A350 from Western Sydney Airport in November. Hey Roland, hello. How are you? Thanks for joining us, Roland. We didn't get the rotation, but let us see if we can capture them from the gap in the bushes. Ooh, yeah, there we go. I just got a bit of them. Hello, Roland. Oh, you're from the Netherlands. Wow. So I think I should be wishing you good evening. Is it like maybe late night? Have you had your dinner yet, Roland? I do believe, I think it's going to be just about midnight, if I'm not wrong. 11:45 or maybe 10:45. Vietnam Airlines with their Sky Team livery. Been a long time coming. I've not seen them, but glad to see them today. And in New Zealand, we captured their silhouette just a few minutes ago when they did arrive. Oh, Ben says, love the sound of the GE90s. Yes, I agree with you, Ben. Let's see, we don't really get very many of these GE90s, Boeing 777s out here and stuff like that. Maybe we should be getting a New Zealand Boeing 777. And I'm just trying to think which other 777s can we get that we could get some really good sound from. Yeah, we do have Qatar Airways that we captured earlier today. Oh, we do have American Airlines AA72 that will be departing in maybe, let's say, the next hour or so. So yes, we should be getting them. That's British Airways. They won't be departing until late afternoon. And in the background, you can see Qatar Airways being pulled across the 777-300ER. Even they will not be departing anytime soon. They'll be departing by, let's say, mid-afternoon, somewhere just after 3. Oh, FedEx, yeah. With FedEx, I'm not too sure. Are we having any FedEx arrivals today in the morning? I'm not too sure. Probably not. But yeah, in the afternoon, we happen to get quite a lot of them. FedEx, UPS, and whatnot. With the cargo ones, you can expect a bit of sound, but for the most part now, we even happen to get Emirates cargo, Sky Cargo as well. Yeah, for now, I do believe it's just going to be American Airlines that arrives, and then American Airlines that departs, and Air New Zealand that arrives much later in the morning. Good morning, Mick. Welcome back to the stream. Thank you very much, Mick, for joining us yet again. Another day. How are you? Hoping everything's well. That is Vietnam Airlines A350-900 and A350-1000 of Etihad. We captured them earlier today, arriving here at Sydney Airport. Alrighty, Air New Zealand already waiting for the gate congestion a bit out there, but they should be fine. I think they should be assigned one pretty soon. Won't be too long of a wait for them. They've arrived from Wellington, New Zealand. And to all joining us from all the corners of the world, welcome. wishing you a very warm welcome on this cold day here in Sydney. It is 51 minutes past 7, and this is usually the lull period where we don't really see very many departures and arrivals. They do continue, however, but at a reduced rate compared to what we will usually see, and what we saw in the last, let's say, little less than 2 hours. So, yeah. It's going to stay like this for maybe the next half hour or so, or maybe not really exactly half hour, because we may have Cathay Pacific that will just push back. Yeah, we also see Japan Airlines out there. Japan Airlines will push back a bit too later. That is because, they do have a bit of time before their scheduled departure out of Sydney. But yeah, having said that, we will still capture all of the departures and arrivals that we get regardless. Nothing, not this time, but yeah, a few of the planes we do see them actually from between those bushes. Whoa.
Runway landing right. 325 heavy city tower, 50. Yeah, road, Plot the A12, 696 takeoff. I will check as well. See that. Yeah, respect.
Wow, how good is that? Thank you, AvGeek Aviation. Appreciate it, mates. Thank you so very much. And yes, we'll just show across the ATC as well for those of you who may have not seen it. So yes, we'll just look at the ATC, considering the fact that AvGeek Aviation mentioned it. So here you are, pretty zoomed in into them. Yeah, we can't really see any of them unless the lights are on during early morning or so. And then this is that iconic shape that we get. Yeah, but thank you very much, AvGeek. Really appreciate your comment on that one. That does help quite a lot of people get a good perspective, I would say. No worries, no worries. Yeah. No prizes for guessing after looking at the plane. China Southern CZ325 on their A350-900. Yeah, I am actually thirsting for their pink livery, the 15th National Games livery. Been a while since we last saw them. We've already captured it twice this year. I think the first time on the 19th of April, if I'm not wrong, and then once again during our live stream. But yeah, it would be nice to get them much more often. Now Now, having said that, it's not that they don't fly often, but then they do. Whenever they do, I'm like not available out here. Alrighty, L, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it, mates, and have a wonderful one. Thank you so very much for joining us after a very, very long time. Take care of your health, stay safe, and see you around. A very good night, L.
Chapter 325, morning, expect stage 30, occupied at the moment. The delay yet, I'll find out from the airport. Alpha, hold short, Juliet.
Alrighty, we will be getting the broccoli livery. We just saw them arriving behind us as QF1508 coming in from Hobart, Tasmania. So we'll be looking at the broccoli livery. JQ510 Melbourne to Sydney on the A320 as we see on screen on finals, and they should be touching down shortly.
That's what we think. I think it's 912, but on standard Charlie, hold short on mate. Okay, just a 505 thanks. That's fine. Just 510 South domestic.
Okay, Custom 125 to the bay and copy the aircraft. That's 5.
Look who's in the house, and that is Hapsy. Hello Hapsy, welcome. 3 months in the house. Thank you very much, Hapsy, for being our valued member. 3 months, wow, that's a pretty long time. Thank you very much. In fact, that's the very same time we actually opened our channel for memberships. Thank you very much, Hapsy, for joining us, and thank you very much for the gift membership. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Hapsy. How are you, Hapsy? Hoping everything's well. We did miss you on the live stream on Saturday. Yeah, because we streamed on Saturday, we did not see you, so we were wondering. But yeah, glad to see you back once again, Hapsi. Hoping everything's well and you're staying nice and cool in that hot and humid summer of Tokyo. China Southern Airlines just stuck out here because they would be waiting for their gate as well. So let's see how that one works. Alrighty, KE402, that is Korean Air, on their Boeing 787-10, they have pushed back. We should be able to see them departing pretty soon. Won't be too long. Yeah, by the time that happens, we will also have QF1508, that is Qantas link with their Airbus A220-300. They will pass in front of us and they have the broccoli livery. Hey! Hey Jonathan, good morning. Good morning. How are you? Thanks for joining us, Jonathan. Really appreciate it. Hey Montecha, a very good morning to you. Thank you very much for joining us. And look at what we have here, the broccoli livery. Looks like a vegetable. And it's very lovingly called the broccoli livery because that's how it is here with the AvGeeks. Good morning, Mother. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us.
X-ray after China Southern, your right, to Juliet, to Alpha Hotel 25.
And then we have China Southern, they have started moving. They'll be getting their gate pretty soon, I believe. Alright, so Annie is in the house. Annie says good morning all from equally cold Port Lincoln, South Australia. Good morning, Annie. Thank you very much for joining us. And yeah, it is cold, right? I do believe it would be much more colder out there, Port Lincoln, if I'm not wrong. But thank you so very much for joining us. Hoping we can keep you entertained, like I said always. Montecha says it has to disappear like Thai Airways. And who do we have? We have Ashley. Ashley says, hi everyone from warm England. Hello Ashley. Hoping you're doing well. Thank you very much for joining us, and I do believe it's pretty much evening time out there. What's the time out there? 11:06 p.m. on Monday evening, if I'm not wrong. Thanks for joining us, Ashley. Really appreciate you joining. Please enjoy the nice warm weather. I'm tired of this cold weather out here. It wasn't cold. It was like 14 degrees this morning, just like how it is now. But it just wasn't windy, and it was wonderful. But maybe 15 minutes into the stream and it started getting a bit too windy. And right now, yeah, it's cold. But no complaints whatsoever. It just makes it a bit more uncomfortable, I would say. But for the most part, we are all good. That is Thai Airways A350 being pulled to the gate. They will be departing later today.
Give way to the Korean 8 on international 3 apron, and then so Intel 3 to be Tokyo Low Fox way to a 350 undertow into 3-1, A37 pushback approved. North on the apron, please. Channel 225 on Yankee, cross runway 5 and taxi bay 30.
Yankee, cross runway 5.
Malindo 170, give way to an A3.
Let's capture the Dash 8 arriving. Will be a nice and smooth touchdown. Let us see if they can smoke their wheels. Yeah, there you go. Oh, Hepsi says today is Mountain Day, a national holiday in Japan. And Hepsi wishes my mother a very good morning. That's very nice. Thank you very much, Hepsi. Appreciate it. And have a great holiday, Hepsi. Hoping you can enjoy. I did not know that. Maybe if today is the Mountain Day, we need to be having a lot of those Mount Fuji emojis out and about. Yeah, get going. Color the screen with those Mount Fuji emojis. Hey Nathan, good morning. How are you, Nathan? Thank you very much for joining us. Hope you're well. Nice to see you this early in the morning, just 10 minutes past 8. And that too on a weekday. Appreciate it, mates. Thank you. Alright, Matal Ano Novo 2027 says, hello, good morning there in Australia. Oh, Latam plane from Brazil. Yeah, we do have Latam Airlines goes to Santiago, Chile, pretty close to Brazil out there in terms of, travel distance. And yet again, we got that mismatch cone on Jetstar. We happened to film it as well on this past Saturday. Nice to see them coming in with it. yeah, let us go to LATAM and have a look at it. Yeah, there you go. LATAM. Boeing 787-9. They will be departing later today, let's say in about 3.5 hours from now. So plenty of time. They'll just be taken to the remote gate. And this is United. Aha. Ooh, look at that. Look at Hepsi's emoji-filled comment. Thank you so very much. Hey Natal, yes, we will surely show you when LATAM Airlines takes off. It will take off about 3.5 hours from now. So let's say about 11:45, 12. So yes, there's plenty of time for them to take off, and I will let you know. They will take off. So probably it's going to be about very early in the morning for you in Brazil at that time. But yeah, we will surely do it. Hello, good evening, Alan. Welcome back to the stream. Thank you very much. Appreciate you joining us yet again. How are you, Alan? Hoping you're staying nice and cool. Thank you so very much for joining us. Happy to see you around. Okay. All right, Carrie. Carrie says, fantastic camera. What are you using? Thanks, Carrie. Carrie, we are using the Hasselblad lens, I would say. So yeah, we do have the Sony camera with the Hasselblad lens onto it. So with the converters and stuff like that. So yeah, pretty complex setup. I wouldn't say it's the best in the world, you know, because we very well know it's not the best, and that's not what we are aiming for. But yeah, indeed, we are using the Sony sensor along with the Hasselblad lens. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us. And oh, look at who we have. Melinda. Good morning, Melinda. Watching from work on the laptop. Love a stream in the morning. So many aircraft to watch. Yeah, thank you very much, Melinda. I really appreciate you joining us. Yeah, stay safe at work. Hopefully there's people who wouldn't know that you're watching, I feel. But yeah, thank you very much, Melinda. Happy to see you around. Thank you. Yeah, and in fact, you know, we just thought that we will come out here and get a nice stream weekday, get some nice good action and stuff like that, and that is what we are doing. KE402 has just begun its takeoff roll for its flight to Seoul in June. Okay, I think I saw them a bit. Yeah, nah, not lucky enough to get them. But yeah, we did see them just passing through. Alright, Montecha says the flight hours for pilots who have completed the training are over. They are now instructors below. They receive their payment and souvenirs. Hapsi says, oh, so emotes have been completely revamped. Yes, we revamped quite a few of them, and we got them into higher resolutions, if you can see. Hapsi, it's like the same ones, but we revamped them and got them into much better, higher resolution, just for a better experience and, you know, a good one. Like I said, you know, we are constantly working on improving the channel the outlook and stuff like that. So yeah, that's how it is. So two Sky Team liveries we have out here, China Eastern, and then we have Vietnam Airlines on their A350 that arrived earlier today. We will be looking at that one as they do depart. Where's LATAM Airlines? There you go. They're just being pulled along for the departure, not for the departure, just to keep them aside. They will be departing later today in about 3.5 hours, like I just mentioned a couple of minutes ago. Good morning, Damien. Hello. Beautiful day for spotting. Many thanks for the stream. No worries, Damien. Always happy to bring the streams out to all of you. And you know, it really makes us excited to come here to the airport. No matter how many times we come out here, no matter how many times we go to different airports all across the world, I think we just can't get satisfied looking at planes, seeing them take off, seeing them land. And yes, I'm happy that we have the means and resources and all the setups so that we can share this love of aviation with each and every one of you all across the world. It really makes us happy. And I feel quite blessed for this very same reason, because when I was a kid, not always could I go to airports to have a look at planes and stuff, but I just used to listen to people or maybe sometimes watch it on TV or something. But back then you wouldn't have something like a YouTube live stream, right? And it would get me thinking, what's happening at the airport? Are there very many planes? And I used to think, what happens during school time? Because my understanding was, if it's school time, all the parents are along with their children, there's no one traveling, so what happens to planes? Are they not in operation or something like that? But then I got to know, no, and that's not the case. There are people who are still working and they take planes and stuff like that. So yeah, back then we did not have something as live streams and all at the airports, but now for the very fact that we have it, and I think the same, there'll be very many kids who would think the same like me. But of course, today's day is different. Live streams are widely available. You can go on YouTube, watch videos and stuff like that. So yeah, having said that, I'm very happy to bring the live streams to each and every one of you all across the world. Alright, Nathan says, I have actually seen you streaming a few times when I have actually been at the airport watching the planes. Wow. Nathan, come on, you could have come up and said hi to us. Maybe the next time you see us, just come up. Let's have a good chat. Not a problem at all. Please don't feel shy. Just come over and it'll be fun. Yeah, please don't worry about disturbing us or something. We do have quite a lot of people meeting us, especially on the weekends. So yeah, don't stress about it. Just come over, have a great time, and we can have a lovely chat, and let's see how it goes. But thank you very much, Nathan, for joining us. Really, really appreciate it that way. And thanks for letting me know. I'm going to be on the lookout. But I just don't know when you'll be here. Probably next weekend. But yeah, next weekend we may most likely not be out here. In fact, we may not most likely be in the country. So yeah, let's just see how things work out. But it won't be too long. We always have these very short trips or short visit and stuff like that. So yes, it's not going to be too long before we are back here in Sydney. Alright, Montecha, is that your address, is it?
And the push to back on Golf until disconnect.
The Boeing taxi, 5 blocks from engine, I am through the jump, aviation. Chilling 429 Delta City, yeah, taxi northbound on 2 Hollywood Bravo, Runway 16 right. Yeah, northbound Charlie Bravo 21.
So we do have Batik Air. Nice to see today they have come in with a liveried plane. Usually they come with no liveries at all. Total vanilla plane except for batik air being printed on the rear of the fuselage. But nice to see this one today. Hey Nathan, for the most part we plan to stream until about noon time, that is 12 p.m. because usually if everything goes well, right, if everything goes well with the schedules and stuff like that, we do have All Nippon Airways NH890 that departs just about 12, and that is the end of the morning peak departure session. Now after that we still have departures and arrivals, but then it's not considered a peak because there's quite a lot of gap, I would say, between departures, arrivals and things like that. Yeah, but for the most part we do plan to stream until about 12 p.m. this afternoon. Okay, Emirates, today you can still see them being served. Yeah, today they will be a bit delayed because they arrived quite late. I think an hour and 10 minutes ago. At China Eastern, we have Jetstar waiting for their gates. It's going to be a while before they get it, I believe.
A11 baby. Just to 11 to the ground. G'day. Can hold short 25. Thank you, hold short 25, then. Positive 5, cross no 25, taxi hold front brother, 116.
Okay, Cathay Pacific ready for their departure. We'll be taxiing. Hey Hansela! Good evening, Hansela. Good evening. How are you? Thank you very much for joining us. Hoping everything's well with you, Hansela. Happy to see you around.
Alpha, hold short and 37 occupied.
Try Alpha 45.
Batik Air. Hello, Gordon. Hello. Good afternoon from Alameda Island, California. Good afternoon, Gordon. Thank you very much for your lovely and generous contributions, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We have a lovely contribution from Gordon. Thank you very much. Always happy to see you, and thank you very much for your contribution of 10 United States dollars. Thank you. Oh, okay. Shep's Mound is your favorite location. That is very nice, Nathan. How often do you come out here? Do you come out like pretty often, about maybe every other day or something? Or is it just on the weekends when you're free, or maybe there's no schedule, like whenever you feel like you come out here? What exactly is it? Do you come out to see special planes? Sometimes, you know, we have special planes, special liveries as such. Do you come to watch them or something? Cheryl Osborne, good morning from the UK. I hope everyone's well. Thank you very much, Cheryl. Thank you. Hoping you're well, Cheryl. And I do believe it's about 11:28 p.m. if I'm not wrong, on a Monday evening for you, Cheryl. Thank you very much for joining us. I hope you've had a great Monday, and wishing you a great Tuesday as well, because Tuesday won't be too far off considering the time out there in the United Kingdom. Hoping everything's well with you. All right, Hansel is asking us, what's the Negarco livery? I have no idea. What's that? I've never heard of it. Unless there's something I have totally missed out. I absolutely have no idea. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any idea what the Negarco livery means or is, please fill us on it. It would be great to know. Hello, Alexander from Brazil. Hello, good evening, Alexander. Hope you're having a great time. Thank you very much for joining us.
Hello, Charlie.
And once again, Gordon, thank you so very much for your wonderful contribution. Appreciate it so much. Thank you. We hope you're having a great time, staying safe and enjoying the nice summer weather out there in sunny California. Nothing beats California, I would say. Alrighty. So Nathan says usually every Thursday with another person named Nathan. Wow, cool. That is nice. So 2 Nathans watching planes every Thursday. That's good to go. Yeah, not too sure. Yeah, definitely for this Thursday we won't be streaming. Yeah, you know, because like I always keep mentioning that we do have a day job, and you know, we are quite busy daytime, evening time and stuff like that. But yeah, whenever there's a bit of a thing that we can squeeze in, we usually prefer doing it. And let us hope someday we can meet up, Nathan. Yeah, please don't feel scared or shy to say hi. Come over whenever we are streaming, don't worry, and we can have a great chat. Thank you very much, Nathan, yet again. Oh, it's the nickname for the new Malaysia Airlines livery. I did not know that. I did not know at all. What happened to the LATAM plane from Brazil? It's not going to take off. Hey, Nuttall, it will take off not right now. It will be taking off at, let me tell you the Brazil time, okay? Just hold on. I will just try to get the Brazil time for you, the Brazil local time when LATAM airline takes off, so you know what time it will exactly be for you. Alrighty, so Nettle, it will be taking off. It will LATAM Airlines will be taking off somewhere around 10 p.m. Sorry, not 10 p.m. 10:30, 10:45 p.m. your time in Brazil. So 10:45 p.m. in Brazil is when it will take off. Yep, and Emirates A380 aircraft. So you know, Emirates, let me pan around once Virgin Australia clears off. Yep, there you go. Emirates should be taking off maybe, let's say, in another half an hour to 40 minutes. So let's say about 8 p.m. to 8:10 p.m. your time in Brazil. That's when they'll be taking off.
Follow A3 vacating route in approximately 25. Copy. 737 vacating in approximately 25. No, brother, 16,
Okay, it's getting windy now. It's getting much more windier than what it was earlier. Let us hope there's no runway change to runway 25. Alright, there we go. Cathay Pacific A350 service to Hong Kong. CX110.
On Charlie 2, I was eventually 2 lanes at Airbus. Shilling 1579, lane 25, and when able, Foxtrot 1. When able, Foxtrot Charlie 1. That company pushed back on your left.
Oh, we didn't even get them through that gap? Wow. That's absolutely crazy. We did see them rotating though. Yeah, we did see them rotating. Their nose gear was lifting up, so probably they would have not rotated quite a bit. Could probably be heavy, so that's the reason. Yeah. Alright, Damien says Cathay Pacific flight CX161 was due 8:40, now approximately 9 AM Sydney time, 3:30. Is it? That will be fun. We did see Junior away, yeah. Junior away with the Chinese silk ribbon livery. Last minute equipment change was supposed to be the Oriental ruby livery. Sassy planes on the runway. Looks awesome. I mean, international planes. That is Kelly for us. Thank you, Kelly. Yeah, we have quite a lot of international flights. Early morning arrivals are mostly all international. We do have domestic ones as well coming in from Perth, because the ones that arrive in the morning from Perth are usually the red-eye flights. But yeah, quite a lot of international ones. We'll be having a lot of international departures as well. We are having a bit already right now, but most of them end up with the morning departure peak at let's say somewhere around 11 to 12. That's when we get quite a lot of that departure peak as well. So stay tuned for that, Kelly. Hoping we can keep you entertained with all of it. Alrighty, finally China Eastern moving. They will be getting to their gate. Auto relief for them and the tired passengers. Debrin, good morning from Japan. I love Australia. I especially like Sydney. I'm going to Sydney at the end of this year to watch New Year's fireworks. Wow. All the best, Debrin. I must admire you just for the courage to make that on New Year's Day, the New Year's Eve fireworks. Of course, they are quite spectacular, like no other. No doubt about that. People from all across the world, they love watching the Sydney fireworks. And thank you very much for saying that. Thank you very much for saying you love Sydney. In fact, yes, Sydney is a beautiful place. Australia is a beautiful place. Very welcoming people. And thank you. We hope you can, get some really good photos and videos of the fireworks this New Year. Good luck to you, Kelly. Sorry, good luck to you, Debrin, and yeah, good luck to you, Kelly. Thank you very much. I'm glad you say that you're easily entertained out here. Really appreciate it. Hopefully we can bring you more entertainment, and stay tuned, Kelly. There is a lot of entertainment that is going to be coming through in like what do you say, in a couple of months from now. That is Rex for you, regional Australia, Regional Express. Yeah, let us just pan around to British Airways. Don't get me wrong, they are not going to be departing anytime soon, not at least for the next 6.5 hours. They're just being served and being cleaned and whatnot. Yeah, it's going to be a while before they even get pulled to the gate. It's only 8:41 a.m. right now. They do depart a little after 3 on most days. Okay, now it has to get even much more windier, which is not ideal for us. Juneyao A, Chinese silk ribbon livery was supposed to be the Oriental livery. But the last minute equipment change has caused this one to be up. Not that we are complaining, but just that we would love to see the Oriental ruby livery yet again.
Two things to happen. There'll be a two. Then the dash over.
Kelly says, I already get in trouble at work from racing between two sides of my building, chasing plane stopping. Plane spotting, I believe, is what I was saying. At least my CFO understands my problem and she actually asked me about it, is it? Sounds like a cute CFO, I believe. Isn't it? Sounds like a cute CFO that your CFO would understand that you love planes. And yeah, I'm glad that you work in such an office, Kelly, that your CFO understands. And yeah, hopefully your CFO will enjoy our videos as well if they ever happen to watch it out here. Yeah, good luck. But thanks, Kelly, for sharing with us. Really appreciate it. Olsen says, sends greetings to Brazil and Alexandra and hello, Kelly Red. Her auntie was also a plane spotter. Nice. Please keep engaging and have a wonderful time, everyone. Nice to see you all being nice and active in the chat. Oh yeah, surely all you should be coming into Sydney. What a lovely place to spot planes. Yeah, you'll get many other places to spot here in Australia as well as here in Sydney. We have quite a few different options. Give it a go, give it a try. Oh, Kelly, you're just around. You work at Mascot. Pretty good. Not too far. Not at all far, I should say. Not at all far. Hey all, I have thought of coming to Brazil very many times to see all of the classic cars, and you know, Brazil has quite a lot of them. Yes, Rio de Janeiro, I do believe that's the airport out there, which would be the largest. And of course, you know, we all know Christ the Redeemer statue, which is in Brazil, and a lot of people go traveling and stuff like that. So yeah, hopefully someday. Oh, of course not going to be this year. You know, this year we had planned to go to the United States as well, but because of the Middle East conflict, we just couldn't do that because we had not booked our tickets. And then later on, when we thought we'll book our tickets, the tickets were way too expensive, and you know, we just shot ourselves in the leg sort of situation. So yeah, sadly that's not to be. But yeah, let's see. That does not mean we have given up our United States plans. But let's say if we do fly to the United States, you know, Brazil will always be much more closer, not too long of a distance compared to flying from Australia to Brazil, or maybe Australia to United States, right? So yeah, if we do go ahead with the United States trip anytime next year, yes, of course we would love to be out there in Brazil. That was the Chinese silk ribbon livery of Juneyao A to Shanghai Pudong Airport.
Runway 16 can accept departure. Also transition. Climb line identified.
Santos Dumont is a small airport, but it's one of the best landing spots. But one of the biggest and best to visit is Guarulhos. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. I did not know about Santos Dumont. Thank you very much for letting us know about that one, Olsen. Hey, Owen. Good morning. How are you, Owen? Hoping you're doing well. Thank you very much for joining us.
Departure, radar transition, climb line is at 5,000.
8:48 a.m. I think we should be having Emirates pushing back in the next few minutes. Yeah, they were late and we've allowed them, I believe, enough time, and they seem to be almost ready, if you can see out there. Yeah, they're almost ready. Let us capture that aircraft in the sky if we can. Yeah, there you go. That is CX-161. Hey Tom, yes, we don't really see much of the takeoff because what has happened is we had a runway change. We were expecting a runway 34 to be in use. So today what is happening is they take off from this side, and as in they begin their takeoff roll from that side. So the thing is, had we to know earlier, we would have been by the base of the old ATC tower that you see on the screen, because when we do film from there, you get a very good view of the planes taking off, right? Like you get a good view. But what happens is between there and here is, over here you get to see the touchdown of the planes. So when we are over here, we get to see the touchdown of the planes as the planes arrive. But if we were at the old ATC tower that we just showed you, we would not get to see that part of it, right? So yeah, there's a bit of trade-off in that sense. But having said that, happy to move to another location on our next stream, which should be in a couple of weeks from now, I would say. Hey Cheryl, I have been reading about that Boom Supersonic for quite some time, and it seems to be they have made some quite promising progress, right? Let's not discount that, and we've got to be very fair and give it to them. So yes, they have made quite a good progress in terms of the aerodynamics and the fuel consumption and all those sort of things, and that is something that airlines will consider, no doubt about that whatsoever. But yeah, for the fact that they would have to make it, I think we are still far off, though they are very optimistic that they say somewhere in the early 2030s, early or late 2030s is when they can eventually end up in commercial service. We do know how certification and all goes by I think the federal agencies out there in the United States, then in Europe, as well as here in Australia, because the whole world looks up to two certifying agencies, that is in the United States and Europe. So yeah, the Supersonic has to prove itself. They have got quite a task ahead of them. Now, having said that, I'm not saying that they aren't a good company or whatever. It does seem to be very well prepared with a lot of safety considerations in mind and all of that thing. But for any new plane model, that is something which is expected quite a bit. Regardless, even if it's Boeing or Airbus, you see what has happened with the Boeing 777X, right? Even though it's a wonderful plane, wonderfully built, we know that getting certification was such an issue. Now, if we put it to perspective, like how certification works, right? It is this way. Boeing had the Boeing 777-300ER, a very successful plane, a very safe plane. We still see them to date. And we will see the Boeing 777-300ER, the 777-200LR, the 777-300 without any ER. We will see them for years to come, in fact for decades to come. And they fly non-stop, they fly such long distances. One is out here, Qatar Airways, that just came in this morning. They'll be departing later today. That's the 777-300ER. So what I'm trying to say is, Boeing built the 777-X, that is the 777X or 777-9, however you want to call it. Boeing built it based on the same platform, but of course, they modified it, made it a new one. But Boeing did not have a totally new redesign, right? And yet you can see they are about 7 to 8 years behind schedule. So what I'm trying to say is getting certification for a new aircraft, an all-new aircraft, and that too being supersonic is going to be pretty hard. Now, having said that, we have had the Concorde earlier and stuff, but the thing is, the world has moved on, the technology has moved on. Concorde was, of course, we had a few like that fatal crash and things like that, and then the fuel costs and a lot of considerations in regards to the fuel prices as well. But having said that, it's going to be rigorous testing, and we do wish them luck. We want to see supersonic, we do hope, and I do know that there is a market out there for London Heathrow to Sydney and Sydney to London Heathrow. There's quite a lot of English people living out here in Sydney. There's quite a lot of Aussies out there in London, as well as in the rest of Europe, whether it be Ireland, Scotland. So people would love to take that supersonic flight and then, arrive there, save so much of time. It's anyone's dream, and I do wish them luck. But having said that, looking at the certification procedures, the certification strategies and stuff like that, that's going to take quite some time. So I'm pretty like neutral on the fact when we have an optimistic timeline, like let's say early 2030s or late 2030s, for the very fact that it's a totally new structure, a new design, and everything is new. You're not building on something like a Boeing 777, or you're not building something on an Airbus A350 that we've already had, and they've proved themselves. Any of these aircraft that we see on screen, a Boeing 737 that we see, an Airbus A320, an Airbus A350, A380. You build on those platforms, maybe with modifications and all, it's a lot easier. But when you do have something like the Boom Supersonic, yes, it's going to be a lot more tougher to get that certification, and there's going to be rigorous testing. You'll probably have about 2 to 3 years of testing, and till that time we are still not sure whether it's going to be getting all of your certificates and certifications and stuff like that. And add to that, there will be a lot of these countries who will not want the planes to fly over using their airspace, for the very fact that there will be this consideration about sound pollution and all that thing. The world has moved quite a bit. We are a lot more environment conscious, and there could be things like that. Now, I'm not saying that there are some countries that are bad or this and that, but yes, you can expect such pushback as well. So it remains to be seen, but I would love for London Heathrow to Sydney to come to fruition someday. All right, thanks Tom for understanding. But yes, we will be filming from different locations, so hopefully you will love it. Maria Costa says, "Bom dia, good morning, I'm from Brazil." Thank you very much, Maria. Actually my mother's last name is Da Costa, so and your last name is Costa. Nice to know that. Nice to know. Very nice. Thank you very much, Maria, for joining us. Appreciate it. That is Cathay Pacific 161 on the A350-900. And All Nippon Airways, we captured its wonderful arrival out here in Sydney. Kelly says, showing my don't have a clue. What is the runway next to the international? That's the best view for me at work for takeoff. I think it's westerly winds. What is the runway next to international terminal? Okay, so what you're asking me is runway 25, runway 7/25, but runway 25 is most in operations. They usually use it only when you have a lot of those westerly winds. Yes, what you're saying is right, Kelly. That is the east-west runway. It's called the east-west runway, and it is runway 25. Good morning, Alex. Good morning. How are you? Hoping everything's well with you. Happy Mouse. Happy Mouse says, I'm sitting in the airport waiting for my flight to Tokyo via Singapore Changi. Haha. How are you, Happy Mouse? Thank you very much for joining us. Are you taking SQ636 or something? The one that departs at about 7:35 or maybe 8 o'clock from Singapore Changi. Are you taking that flight, the A350-900, Happy Mouse? Cheryl says, that was a lovely plane, Concorde. I missed the sound of it taking off. I do wish them luck as well. Yeah, sadly, Cheryl, when Concorde retired, I was very little. Never really got a chance to travel on one. My dad did tell me quite a lot about it. And till date, my dad keeps telling me about Concorde and stuff like that. So, yeah. Good to know, but I do hope that someday we would able to get that sonic boom. Yeah, you know, it's going to be quite a different market compared to what it was back then. So let's see, fingers crossed. Yeah, like you said, you know, you do wish them luck as well. Let's hope for the best. Let's hope. Yeah, tough road for them ahead in terms of certification, in terms of getting everything right, and you know, in terms of fuel consumption. We all know what's happening with the fuel, right? The fuel prices. That's going to be one of the biggest worries for sonic boom. But having said that, they have a wonderful plan in place. But yes, you know, everything has to fall in place. Not only one thing. It has to be the fuel prices. You have to have that market. We do have that market. We do know that we have that market. That's why you see Qantas has the Project Sunrise with their direct flights and all. Now, what we need to know is, out of those people who would love to and would actually travel on Project Sunrise regularly, on those Project Sunrise flights, the regular flights between Sydney to London Heathrow, how many of those people would eventually convert to a sonic boom? And I do believe when you have a sizable number, you have that sizable population, the regular travelers, the frequent ones who don't mind traveling ever so often. And there will be very many people who don't mind traveling often. When you can reduce the time spent in the air, it will really be a wonderful one. So let's hope for the best. No worries, Kelly, no worries. Ooh, thank you, Mark. Mark has sent us 10 gift memberships. Thank you so very much, Mark. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And congrats to Alex, Ant, David, Billy, Lenny, Craggles, George, LG Elliott, Kristen, Christo, Antonov, and Young Aussie Flyer. A very big congratulations to all of you on getting your channel membership from Mark, a valued member and viewer out here, Mark. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Maria Costa says, still here, 8 p.m. in my city. Yes, indeed. That is a 13-hour difference between Brazil and you're in Sydney. Thank you very much, Maria. And we do hope you can enjoy our live stream. Thank you once again. We really hope everything goes well with you. Have you had your dinner, Maria? If not, please enjoy your lovely dinner. If you've already had, I hope you can now just sit back and relax and watch our live stream with the wonderful daylight out here in Sydney.
925, runway 25, holding point Bravo 10.
Okay, need to have a look at the One World livery of Japan Airlines, JL52. They will be departing. That's the 787-9. Earlier this year, we were getting at 787-8s until I think about last month. And we also had them during summer flying their 777s. Alright, Maria says my city is Macapa. Is that the way to pronounce it? Macapa? North of Brazil. Thank you very much. Thanks for letting us know. China Eastern coming in from Shanghai.
Good morning, we are pushing this tail west on
American 72, report ready with tower 120.5. Get it.
And Japan Airlines, they have begun their taxi.
Taxi position behind company that pushback at base and hold short off Charlie. Connected in free, Bravo 165, take off. Star 48, wind 260, 11 knots. It's right, left left.
Runway 1
And finally, Emirates. They've pushed back not too long before we see them. Couple of 787s coming in on 26. I do believe you were saying 16, yeah, right? Couple of 787s coming on 16, right? Yeah, I did see Jetstar coming in from Seoul Incheon, so yeah, we should be getting them. Let us see what else do we have out there. Oh, Chamonix MF801. Totally forgot about them today. Yeah, totally forgot. Good to see them coming in though. Yeah, thanks Damien. Let's capture them. After that, we do have American AA72 that will be departing to Los Angeles on that 777-300ER. Once again, thank you, Mark. That is Jetstar from Seoul Incheon. Blue Sky Yamagata, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us all the way from Japan. Thank you. Yes, there are very many planes out here, quite a lot. Like you know, Sydney Airport is the busiest out here in the whole of the country. All Nippon Airways that just arrived a few minutes ago, they are waiting for their gate, and that's the reason they are out there. Emirates for its flight to Christchurch, Air New Zealand, Delta, China Eastern with the special livery as well. There is Sky Team livery. We also have Vietnam Airlines with the Sky Team livery again in New Zealand, Jetstar. But let us capture one smaller departure for now. That is Virgin Australia. We do have American Airlines out there, but they won't be lining up because we have Chamonix that is around the corner. They'll let Chamonix arrive nice and calm before they finally depart. Yeah, but we do have quite a lot of departure action coming in.
416, I'll let you know.
There is Emirates departing, Malaysia Airlines MH250, I believe. Yeah, it's 9:10, so maybe another maybe 45 minutes, and then we should be getting SQ231, another A380 service of not Qantas, Singapore Airlines.
Short 225. 16, they're on the move to outbound in 4. That's 104. And then base 3, push back the bridge. Shepna A31, get a taxi up. George Juliet. Dylan 220, contact ground 1217, get in.
Yes, Damien, that was a good one, right? It was a good one, yeah. Let's see, hopefully American gives us some really good sounds on their 777 as they depart to Los Angeles. Yeah, we have quite a bit of it right now. The one livery of Japan Airlines on the 787-9 Dreamliner, and we have American Airlines as well. So let's capture both of them. It should be a good one.
One Delta, Sydney ground for a dash 8 southbound. Another dash 8 southbound at 7 Bravo pushback group. 431 Delta, see vehicle holding point Bravo 2, May 16 right.
Will we get to see them? Ever so slightly. But yeah, for the most part we did not. But I'll still turn around. Nah, we don't really see any of it. That's okay. No problem. Okay, we get the broccoli livery. We saw them arriving earlier today. They passed right in front of us, and here they are. Yet again. Japan Airlines JL52. to see if they can surprise us. Ah, there you go. As Emirates taxis and Malaysia Airlines begins its takeoff roll on its A330-900 to Kuala Lumpur, we do see Delta DL40 for its flight to Los Angeles. Emirates EK412.
Q-Link 28 Delta.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks so much for all the hearts, for all the likes, for the kind comments. Appreciate each and everything that you all do for us. Hey Roy, hello, welcome to Sydney. Hey Roy, we did film your plane arriving into Sydney the other day on Saturday morning. Yeah, we were not streaming, we were just filming out and about. So yes, that video of your plane arriving will be coming in the next few weeks. Hoping you had a wonderful flight back home. Roy, how did everything go? Yeah, we just saw MH123 arrive and MH250 depart. So both are Malaysia Airlines. Yeah, they do have quite a lot of services. Then they have the evening service too.
Then right turn Bravo to holding point. Runway 16 right. Right on Bravo. Holding point.
That is QF3 to Auckland. We'll come back to them. They will be departing. Yeah, we see Singapore Airlines A380. They aren't going anywhere, I believe, for now, because it's only 9:22 a.m. They do depart at 11. They push back at 11. By the time they are out and about, should be anywhere between 11:15 to 11:30, or sometimes even much more later. Oh, Roy says it was better than the flight to Jakarta. How come? What was so different? What was so different? Was the food better? Was the flight much more smoother or something? Or maybe just plain relaxing, I would say, because it was a nighttime flight or something? What exactly? Please comment and let us know, Roy. Hey, Andres, hello. Andres says, I just subscribed to your channel. Hello from Tampa, Florida. Hello. How's everything, Andres, for you? Thank you very much, and wishing you a very good afternoon, a very good evening to you out there, all the way from Florida. Thank you. We do have one of our ATC viewers who works for the ATC at Florida. They were out here on our stream a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, we do have quite a lot of US viewers all across the US, and thanks very much. We have another one, Andres, thanks to you from Tampa. I would say sunny Florida. Thank you very much, Andres. Appreciate it.
Pushback approved. 60.
Now I get it, Roy. I'm glad you got the middle seat empty. That was nice. Yeah, because you always feel a bit more comfortable if there's no one sitting next to you or something. So yeah, in that sense it was nice. Were you at the window seat? Which side of the plane were you on? Were you on the left side, right side? All right, Blue Sky Yamagata, no problem. Take care of yourself, Blue Sky Yamagata, and see you pretty soon. We'll see you pretty soon on our next live stream.
40, short of Alpha. Alpha now, Delta 40. 189. 189 at Golf Wild. And be company to Bullshore 825. 179, Alpha 61, quarter to your number 1. Yep, your left.
Yeah, Emirates still won't depart. We'll make way for Melbourne service, Melbourne to Sydney service, QF418. Meanwhile, Delta DL40 for its flight to Los Angeles. Bay Flyer, yay! Good afternoon from San Francisco. I'm enjoying the live stream. Thank you very much, Bay Flyer. Yeah, and I love your username, Bay Flyer. I mean, it makes so much sense, right? Especially for someone from San Francisco. Yeah. I mean, from the San Francisco Bay and stuff like that. Yeah, it makes good sense. Thank you very much, Bay Flyer Yay, for joining us on the live stream, and appreciate your kind words. Thank you. We hope we can keep you entertained. Stay tuned. A lot more action is to come. Well, I would say a lot more action is to come in the coming weeks. Panning around to the mighty Airbus A380 EK412 for its flight to Christchurch. We are 100% getting the rotation on this one. No worries, Bay Flyer, yay! Enjoy! And let's get a look, come on. And they'll be rotating. There you are. Ah, what a photo bomb. Delta to Los Angeles. Won't be too long before they are on their takeoff roll. Okay, we do see Air Canada on our right. AC-34. They've pushed back too, so we should be getting them out and about. Okay, just excuse me, we'll just reposition our mic because it's too windy now, so we'll have to zip up our whole jacket and then get a better position for our mics. happy we have repositioned our mic. Hopefully you all can hear us pretty good. If not, yeah, what we've got to do is just change across the position back to the old one, because there's nothing much that could be done at this very stage with all of that wind. Okay, Roy says in Jakarta though, nighttime plane spotting is more fun as there's no curfew like in Sydney. Yes, I totally understand, you know, and a lot of world airports, I would say, they do not have nighttime curfew, but yeah, Sydney does suffer from that one. Having said that, we all know Western Sydney is not going to have it, so only time will tell before we, you know, get stuff out and running at Western Sydney. But of course, you know, to see Western Sydney getting to the same level as Sydney, or maybe even half that level, is going to take quite some time. We've got to give Western Sydney that time, and eventually they'll end up being where they have to be at their full potential. Maria Costa says, I don't see Brazilian company airplane. Yes, that's right. Maria, we don't really have any Brazilian airlines flying here to Sydney directly. We do not. So most people who do fly to Brazil from here in Sydney, from Australia, they do fly to the United States, or perhaps they fly to Chile, that is Santiago, and then from Santiago, then yeah, they do connect. So that is how it is. But for the most part, we do not have a direct service. Hey Batsy, hello, welcome, thank you very much for joining us. Nice to see you yet again. Magdalene watching from Ottawa, Canada, and I see Air Canada in the background. Yes, indeed, we do have AC-34 Air Canada to Vancouver. They will be departing pretty soon. We had them arrive earlier today as AC-33 from Vancouver on their Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, and as you can see on screen, they will be departing back to Vancouver pretty soon. They are already at the threshold. They'll be lining up in about the next few minutes, and they should be out and about. Oh, Zenman has done the Sydney to Santiago service. How was it? I have never met anyone who has done that service. Was it good enough? Was it nice and comfortable? Thank you very much, Batsy. Really appreciate it, mates. Thank you. Yes, nice day. Just that it's a bit too windy, making it a bit cold for us. But apart from that, no complaints whatsoever. It's been a wonderful time, you know, from the time we started. We got some crazy action with those planes landing into the wind. So yeah, it was fun. Zenman, I've done the Sydney-Santiago, Sao Paulo trip several times. 80 is quite a long haul. Yeah, I do understand, right? It's not close. So yeah, it's not close at all. I mean, for the most part, I do know people after about 8 hours, 9 hours, that's the max, you know. At that stage, people really give up no matter how much you travel. So yeah, at that stage they do give up. But to do that route, it's a totally different thing, and that too back in the 80s it would have been so much different compared to what it is today, right? You know, the distance never going to be changing. It's still going to be the same, but with aircraft and all, of course, you know, they do say modern aircraft are more comfortable and all, but I think we are more cramped compared to what it could have possibly been back in the day. But yeah, having said that, thank you very much, Zenman, for sharing your experience with us. That is Delta to the United States of America, California. Oh, really? Sorry, I don't know where the 80s came from. It must be my fat fingers. Okay, cool. Not a problem, mate. So that does mean you would have traveled more recently. So that makes even much more sense then, because, yeah. It would make quite a bit of a thing. Oh, I would love to go to South America, you know, been to North America and all, go to South America, enjoy and stuff like that.
Qantas 578 Sydney.
That is Air Canada AC-34 to Vancouver. We'll come back to them. They haven't got clearance yet. Alrighty, let's go to Air Canada. They'll be now departing on their takeoff roll. Ooh, Magdalene, Air Canada for you. There you go. Zenman says, if things work out, I shall be doing that one again shortly. All the best, mates. I hope you're able to do that, and please share your experience with us. It's always a surprise for us to get to know those new routes and stuff. Especially for me, it's going to be new, and I think for quite a lot of us, it's going to be quite new. But yeah, hopefully everything goes well. Magdalene says, I love the shooting spot too. Thank you very much. Yes, Magdalene, this is the spot called Shep's Mound, and it's a wonderful spot. We are just by the base of the ATC tower. Ooh, Trent. Hello, Trent. How are you? Trent says, so you started at 5:30 a.m. Wow, you're to the coffee fund. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for your generosity, Trent. Really appreciate it. And thank you very much for joining us. Thanks for having been with us on the stream on a Tuesday morning, in fact. So really appreciate it, mates. Can't get any better than that. So thank you so very much, and we hope to keep you entertained, Trent. Stay tuned with us. We do bring aviation adventures not only from here in Sydney but all across the globe as such, I would say. So yeah, stay tuned. There's a lot to come in the next few months, so stay tuned. Hopefully we can bring a lot of that entertainment action to you. We not only do streams, we also do a bit of our trip reports, so maybe you would enjoy that one too. No prizes for guessing. Absolutely no prizes for guessing this one. But yeah, if any of you don't know that, that is SQ231, the A380 of Singapore Airlines. They will be arriving pretty soon out here. Thai Airways being pushed back. Okay, so for the most part, we are done with the departures. We don't see anyone lined up out there. Of course, we will be getting the arrivals. We see another arrival right around the corner. The A319 Melbourne to Sydney service. Getting a lot of these 737 departures arrivals from Melbourne, from everywhere else out here in Australia. Ooh, hey Stubia, hello, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us yet again today. Stubia says that Haneda Airport at the JAL and ANA stores, you can buy some of their in-flight meals. Would be nice to try some other airlines. Where exactly are these stores, Stubia? Are they landside or airside? If they are airside, I might as well give it a go when I do travel and stuff like that. But if they are landside, you know, it's always going to be so much easier because we can always go to the terminal and stuff like that. And are they there at all the terminals, all 3 terminals at Haneda, or is it just at one of the terminals? I would really love to give it a go actually, because I have never been on Japan Airlines as well as All Nippon. However, yeah, I'll be traveling on All Nippon Airways to Hiroshima, so yeah, it will be fun. This takeoff, and then we have the 380 coming in. So after this takeoff, we'll focus all our attention on the Airbus A380 of Singapore Airlines. Hansen. Good morning. How are you, Hansen? Wishing you a very good morning on Tuesday, 11th of August 2026, 8:55 a.m. out there in Japan. Thank you so very much. Thanks for joining us, Hansen. We hope we can keep you entertained, and stay tuned. There is a lot of action coming. You're going to like the action that we are going to bring on our channel. Hansen, Stubuya, y'all will love the action. Stubuya says landside T1, I think Japan Airlines T2 ANA. Alrighty, let me have that comment saved for us, because yeah, we might use it in the future. So yeah, thank you very much, Stuya, for letting us know. Around 1,100 yen. They do require microwave, I believe. 1,100. Wow, that is reasonable, I would say. Super reasonable considering the prices out here in Sydney. I would say for a meal out there, yes, that's pretty reasonable. Osaka is 8:55 a.m. Yes, correct. 1 hour difference between Sydney and the whole of Japan. Thank you. DG471 arriving from Bangkok. DG476 just waiting, making way for the arrival. Their fellow country airline, in fact the same airline, their fellow brother from the same airline, and then they'll be off to Bangkok.
Runway 16 right. Now 126. Okay, stop. Got 16 right.
Every once in a while, or perhaps most of the time, we get photobombed like how we just got right now. Tie in, one tie out. Nice thumbnail. Yes, indeed, that was a lovely one, right? Yeah, we just had that one. Let's see if we can get them crossing through in front of us, because Thai Airways TG476 has already begun its takeoff roll. Let us see. Should make for a good one, actually. I'm just wondering if pilots ever, like, wave to their fellow airline pilots, like right now when they do pass in front of them, TG476 as it passes in front of TG471, but not too sure if we will get it. Now we don't get it this side, and that's all right, not a problem at all. Not a problem, but we do have the Toy Story livery. We captured them early this morning as they were departing, and they are back once again. Hansen says Narita Airport is under expanding, like under renovation or something, or okay, so what you're trying to say is they are expanding. Wow, okay, I get it. Thank you very much for letting us know. I do believe Narita has capacity to expand, right? Like compared to Haneda, may be slightly more difficult considering the geographies of Haneda and stuff like that. Unless they get more flights onto their runway D, I believe, if I'm not wrong, can get a bit more of the capacity out there. But having said that, it's easier said than done. You know, there's a lot of other considerations as well. The most that we have been reading in the recent past is about air traffic controllers. Shortage all across the world with air traffic controllers and things like that. So yeah, let us see how it works out, but wishing Narita Airport all the best. Stuvia says, I checked my photo for T1 terminal. There is an international flight food vending machine, not all airline affiliated though, French, Singapore, Spanish, American style. Okay, it is a T1 of Haneda, no problem. I think, you know what, we could probably make a video on it, a separate video on it. Of course, you know, because it's related to aviation, so maybe we'll give it a go. And thank you very much, Tubia, for letting us know. We will definitely give this a go and make it a video on our channel out here. Hopefully it's going to be a nice good one. And in Anson says Singapore Airlines A380. Yes, that is Singapore Airlines A380. Let me pan around and show you. I need to pan slowly, else I will get the Virgin Australia in frame yet again. It's more like a photobomb thing, that's why. So yeah, this is Singapore Airlines. They have just arrived. They are waiting for their gate. And this one, Singapore Airlines, they will be departing as SQ231, 232 pretty soon. That is in the next hour. In the next hour, they'll be pushing back and be out and about to Singapore Changi. Latam, as you all can see, still not departing. They have plenty of time. 10:03 a.m. right now. Hopefully they depart on time today. Not too long, I would say, in that sense. Maybe a little less than 2 hours from now. But considering the fact that today our schedule seems to be wonderful, not as delayed as what it was on last Saturday, last Friday, I think we should be good to see them departing on time. Yeah, if you're wondering, they will just be pulled around to one of the gates where they could, you know, then give it an all clear for boarding and all, because not too long left for the boarding part of it. You know, getting the plane, having all those checks done by the pilots, then the flight crew and all. It's going to take a while, so yeah, let us just hope they depart on time today. Hansen says Singapore Airlines A380, Singapore Airlines A380, Singapore Airlines A380. Thank you very much, Hansen. Thank you. Alright, QF23, Sydney to Bangkok service. on the A330-300.
20 knots, maximum 20 knots, maximum tailwind, freedom. QNH 110, majesty. 772, thank you. Been ready for pushback. Contact coordinator 127.6. 127.3.
Alrighty, Stubuya, no problem. You gotta head out, but wishing you and the chat a good stream. Thank you very much, Stubuya. Really appreciate it, and we do hope to see you next time. Take care of yourself. It's always pleasant to see you around. Craig. Hello, Craig. Hello. Craig says they've liked and subscribed. Thank you very much, Craig. Really appreciate it. Thanks for joining us this awesome Tuesday morning, 10:06 a.m. out here, 11th of August. Really appreciate it, Craig. Stay tuned and thanks for subscribing. You're going to be getting notifications about, if you hit the notification bell, that is, yeah, you'll get notifications about our future live streams and stuff like that. So stay tuned. An exciting few months coming up ahead. That was from the A330-300 to Bangkok. And then we have China Eastern CZ326 to Guangzhou.
Score 70737 and departure frequency 129.
Hey Hansen, no, I have never ever traveled on Starlux. Of course, Starlux does not fly to Australia at this very stage, but as you know, they have announced that they will be flying pretty soon. So yeah, remains to be seen. Hopefully they can offer us really good connections to elsewhere in the world, especially to the Middle East or the Americas, and you know, Far East Asia, such as eastern side of China or Japan, and I would love to fly with them. But yeah, I have never flown with them ever. How about you? Have you ever flown on Starlux? What's your experience like if you have already flown with them? And do you love them? Because as far as I see, they seem to be a pretty good one though. Finally got a rotation, even though it's a small one, a 737. Happy to get that. I think the last rotation that we saw was of Emirates on their A380 service to Christchurch EK412. Let us just check EK412 where exactly it is. I think they should be about an hour and a half out from Christchurch, if I'm not wrong. Let us see. Alright, yeah. Not really. 1 hour and 49 minutes to Christchurch, and they just departed 41 minutes ago. Seems to be like they departed quite a long time ago.
20.45. G'day. Tower, 169, says the takeoff.
And it says, have you ever heard Starlux having a large number of flight to Japan? No, not at all. Not at all. I have not really heard much about them. The only thing is I've seen them on maybe YouTube if someone's made a review on their flight or something that way. But no, not really. The reason why I mentioned Japan or, you know, the Middle East and the Americas and all is because these are the places we usually travel to because we do have family and friends and all those sort of things, right? And that's the reason why I mentioned these places. And yeah, what I was trying to say is if they ever you know, had flights and then maybe had good connections to Japan or China, Eastern China more particularly, or maybe Asia, Middle East, the Americas, I would love to travel with them because connections means quite a lot to us because we rely quite heavily on a very good connecting flight because, you know, we book our schedules to the dot, I would say. You know, I think I mentioned it as well very many times that there have been times when I've been out and about to Asia and I would love to fly Singapore Airlines because SQ221 that arrives in the morning at about 6 o'clock in the morning, it works well for us because I used to arrive on that flight 6 o'clock, get out and about out of customs and go home, log in for work. Right, so I'm not wasting any time whatsoever, and that all depends on a good connection. But let's say there's not a good connection, I would have to fly in one day earlier, and that does mean that I would have wasted a bit of time, considering the fact that, you know, we are always busy getting some or the other work done. And that is what I was trying to say is like, yeah, if there's a good connection, it always makes a lot more sense to us, and that is exactly what we need. That's why I stressed on the connecting part of it, that yeah, if there's a very good connection, I would really love to Starlux. And I don't know why, I do feel they have a wonderful livery just as is, you know, pretty standard, a pretty nice one, and seems to be quite elegant. Hey Daniel, good morning. Good very morning to you, Daniel, and I think for you it's just going to be past midnight, so a very good morning. Hope you're having a great time, Daniel. Thanks for joining us. That is NZ103 on the Boeing 777 for us. Always happy to see the Boeing 777-300s ERs, or maybe for that matter any Boeing 777, whether it's even the Boeing 777-200 LR, which is of Asiana Airlines. They do arrive in the evening. Earlier they used to fly out here in the morning. Wow, been a busy morning. We've been streaming for a little over 4 hours and 40 minutes, and it's been a busy one.
Answer runway 07. I'll show you.
Okay, we also see United 842 emerging from Mound there for their flight to Los Angeles. Going to be a pretty long taxi for them as they do come around and give way and things like that. So let's say another 15 minutes for them before they finally do take off. Ooh, look at that, Aztec. Hello Aztec, thank you very much for joining us and thanks for subscribing. Really appreciate it, mates. Really appreciate it. How are you? Thanks so very much for your generous contributions. Aztec says, thanks for the journey to the other side of the world. It's a nice escape from rural Texas. Yep. But I tell you how much I want to visit Texas for the very fact that I want to see rural Texas. But you know, this is part of life where you know we are so much into the city that we want to escape the city. And yeah, but thank you very much, Aztec. Really appreciate it. 20 United States dollars Really appreciate it, mates. Thank you so very much. It means quite a lot to us. It brings about the motivation, brings about everything else. And stay tuned, Aztecs. We usually stream from different places across the world. Of course, you know, we have not streamed live from the United States, but we did film videos at New York, LaGuardia, as well as Los Angeles. Of course, you know, Los Angeles quite iconic in the very fact that they have Westchester Point, which is outside In-N-Out Burger. So yeah, stay tuned. We will be bringing a lot of that action in the next few months. So yeah, stay tuned. You're never going to be disappointed, I believe, hopefully. So yeah, thank you so very much, Aztec. Lee Reeves says, good morning to you all. I hope you all are having a great day so far. Thank you very much, Lee, and really appreciate you joining us. Thank you. And Aztec, hoping you're going to be having a great evening out there in Texas. I do believe it was quite hot the last few months, I should say now. I don't know, but yeah, please take care of yourself, Aztec. Once again, thank you very much. We hope we can keep you entertained. And yeah, stay tuned. We will be posting a lot of our flight reviews, flight videos as such, YouTube shorts, YouTube long form content, as well as, you know, the good old live streams. We do have United Airlines for its flight to Los Angeles. As we can see, they are just making way. Whoa, it's so windy. We literally need to hold our tripod now. That is a bit too crazy. Alright, Sydney to Jinan, China Eastern, on the A330-200. It's a beautiful evening tonight. That is nice, mates. That is nice. Enjoy. Have a wonderful time and enjoy summer as much as you can, Aztec. Okay, now the wind is getting a bit too uncomfortable for us. Garuda Indonesia for its flight to Denpasar. GA715, of course we caught it earlier today as they arrived. We'll be capturing them departing as well, but look at what we have. We have Atlas Air that is just arriving on the 747-400. How good is that to get a 747? All right. Hansen says Narita Airport has an arrival rush from 2:30 to 4. Cool. Thanks for letting us know. Probably we will know now when to capture planes as such, right? Thank you so much. Atlas A. Yes, and thank you very much, Hansen, for letting us know about that rush hour. Maybe that will obviously help whenever we will be out there. You never know in future or whatever. So yeah, hopefully that works out well. And Hansen, yes, Sky Team China Eastern, that is the one we just saw, the Airbus A330-200. They just departed to Jinan. So good on that one. And we also have another Sky Team livery out here, and this is of Vietnam Airlines for its flight to Ho Chi Minh City. All right, Gabe Hornslin Queensland asks us, when will you stream in Japan? What do I say, Gabe? Our tickets are already booked. Yeah. Maybe you will get to know, Gabe, this what do you say? I'll put it up this way. Maybe you'll get to know this coming Monday. This coming Monday will be the reveal of when we will be out there. How about that? This Monday, not too long. That's like less than a week from now, and you will know it. So stay tuned, Gabe. Thank you very much. It's going to be quite exciting. United service to Los Angeles. Let us give Atlas A all the attention it deserves. It is, Gab, it is this year. It is, and it's earlier than you think. It's earlier than you would able to expect. So Gab, just watch out. Just watch out for this coming Monday, and you will know. It's earlier than you think. I tell you, it's a lot more earlier than you think. You will be surprised. Yes, Hansen, that was the United 787-9. We'll have another one to San Francisco as well in maybe the next hour or so. I don't see that they are ready. Alrighty, Gabe. Since you're being so kind to us, Gabe, I will let you know. We will be streaming live from Tokyo Haneda this coming Monday onwards. That is 17th of August 2026. 17th August 2026 is we will be streaming live from Tokyo Haneda. So stay tuned, everyone. Watch us. Watch out. And thanks, Gabe. Thanks, Gabe, for convincing us to put it out there. So yes, that is it. 17th of August is when we start streaming from Tokyo Haneda. And yeah, we will be there quite earlier as well. But we are making a trip to Hiroshima, and just meeting up with a friend and stuff like that. But yeah, won't be there too long, maybe 2 days, and then yeah, 17th morning we come to Tokyo Haneda, and then onwards we will be filming at Tokyo Haneda morning, afternoon, evening, night. Yeah, of course, we'll be there for a few days, so that does mean that we will not be streaming the whole 24 hours at a stretch, but maybe about every few hours, like let's say we do 5 hours in the morning, maybe another 3 in the late afternoon to early evening, and then maybe another 3 late night, something that way. So that's what we are planning. But yeah, stay tuned. There'll be quite a lot of that, as well as a few of our friends told us, you know, not only at the Haneda observation deck, you can go to one of those gardens and parks where you'll get some really good views. So yeah, stay tuned for that. We will be bringing that action. Let us see how it works in the gardens and those parks, because, you know, according to what we see on Google Maps, they seem to be like at a reasonable distance but having a very good view, and people have posted their pictures. It seems to be they have a very good view. But having said that, you know, each camera, each lens is different, so we don't really know how our camera and lens will perform, what the zoom level will look like in fact once we reach there, though we know what to expect. You know, real life conditions can change quite a bit, right? Especially when you're at a new place. So yeah, having said that, we will just see how it works out. But yeah, for sure, stay tuned. 17 onwards is when you'll get a lot of Tokyo Haneda action. Oh yeah, Gav, yeah, that is the thing. Not too long for us to get to that. So let's hope for the best. Alrighty, let us capture. Alrighty, where is it? I think hopefully we don't miss it. Okay, we got it. Brisbane to Sydney. Okay, Sydney to Ho Chi Minh City on the SkyTeam livery A350 of Vietnam Airlines on runway 16 right.
That's great. Looks like you'll
Hey Maria, Melbourne Airport is just as busy, but not the busiest like Sydney. So Sydney is slightly bit more busier than Melbourne. I would just put it this way, that Sydney Airport is ever so slightly busier than Melbourne, but no, Melbourne is not as busy as Sydney, for the very fact that, you know, you have a larger population out here in Sydney, and that does mean you'll be having quite a lot of people, etc. But for the most part, yeah, you would find a reasonable, you won't really able to tell the difference as much unless you're way too much into that scheduling and all. In that sense, yes, you may able to tell, but for the most part you should be totally fine. You may not able to tell, but yeah, Sydney is the busiest one out here in Australia, I would say. United Airlines counts Narita as a focus city. Yes, in fact, Narita is one of the gateways, I would tell you, you know, not only into Japan, but for the most part when you're transiting to different countries, right? United would really love to keep Narita, and in fact even Haneda. So yeah, they should actually treat Narita as one of those better hubs, because let's put it up this way: Japan has a very sizable population that travels via air. Japan is centrally located, just like how you would have the Middle Eastern countries and cities like Dubai, Doha in Qatar, and Abu Dhabi again in the United Arab Emirates. They are very centrally located in the Middle East side for transit through Europe and to the United States, right? However, if you look at the eastern side, Far East Asia, we only have Singapore as of now. So I'm glad that they treat Narita as one of that hub airports, or one of a focus city as such, because that is what we want. In fact, Narita and Haneda have always been that focus city. They capture the crowds and everything, but then of late recent years, it does seem to be that airlines have pushed back a bit, but I'm glad to see them coming back again, and that is what we exactly always want. We have it. I was just talking about the San Francisco service, and here you are. They have come out too. Let us look at this Qantas, but what you don't see on them is a big old red roof. Yes, that is Qantas without the roof, without the red roof.
runway, turn at Delta to 57. Runway and then
That is exactly true, Hansen. Narita Airport is indeed a hub. I flew from Narita this year in February to Singapore Changi, and yeah, I saw the amount of flights that they just had just as they opened up for the day. It was quite a bit. Alright, Hansen says especially 2 to 7. Okay, so 2 to 7 are the flights for Southeast Asia, is it? Is that what you're saying? Let us pan around, have another look at British Airways. They look nice and cool. Yes, that was the Airbus A330-800 of Qantas that we saw. Hey Gordon, I exactly have no idea whatsoever. It's the first time I have seen it. I think we would need someone to fill us in on this one who has even much more information. Yeah, that's what I was surprised. I was like, wow, that's not something I have ever seen, you know. So yeah, I think let us wait for someone to fill us on that. Alrighty, that is United to San Francisco. I will just check the history of that aircraft, Gordon, for you after this departure of United to San Francisco, because I think we should be having some time as such. But yeah, I will let you know, Gordon. Thank you. Alrighty, so as I check, Gordon, the history of this aircraft, it seems to be July 18th. It flew from Shannon to Los Angeles, and 19th, Los Angeles to Brisbane. It stayed in Brisbane until the 7th of August when it just flew around, and then from Brisbane to Sydney. So I do believe some sort of maintenance, or maybe they would have just come out of storage or whatever. I have no idea. But then, having said that, we are a regular over here at the airport and we haven't seen them ever. It's our very first time. We are just as surprised as you. So yeah, that's something to see, like what exactly could have happened. Maybe just a paint job or whatever, but definitely if they went for a paint job, you know, it's quite obvious that they wouldn't come out this way without a tail altogether. So yeah, to see them having flown from Shannon, that is like an island, I believe. Yeah, to see them having flown from there and then nothing else, yes, that really brings about quite a bit of questions. Okay, cool, no problem. Wow. Why is it that I feel today has been quite a busy morning? It hasn't been that busy in a while though. Or maybe we just found it busy. There was too much to do. Whoa, what's that? QF81, Sydney to Singapore today on the Airbus A330. Wow, happy to see that. Hey Gerald, hello. Good night, Gerald. I do believe it is about just before 9, just 10 minutes to 9 on Monday evening. So take care of yourself, Gerald. Thank you very much and wishing you a very good evening and a very good night. Thanks for joining us. Hey Jackie, hello. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining. How are you? Been a long time.
134
QF 515 Brisbane to Sydney service.
So there will be company for 40 shortly. 932, turn left, cross, runway 25, vehicle full short, dom 3, give way, outbound, second, bay 40.
Nice snow jacket that you're doing well. That's really great, and happy to see you around. And yeah, we've been good, thank you. I've been pretty awesome. Yeah, it's been nice and sunny over here, so wouldn't complain. But yeah, it is a bit uncomfortable with the cold. Not really the cold, but I think it's more of the wind that is causing it to be cold. Else it's like a pretty good temperature, 17 degrees as of now. Yeah, having said that, all good with us. Always happy to be bringing the streams. Really appreciate you joining, Jackie. Thank you. Alright, not too long before the morning peak departure session begins. Think about another 8 minutes before they start pushing back and get going. Alright, we do see Cathay Pacific having already pushed back in the background as we were just focusing on this aircraft. Yeah. Other night it was 9 degrees. Yeah, it can get a bit cold at times, and that is a bit too uncomfortable, I would say. Alrighty, Toy Story 5, we saw them earlier this morning departing just a little past 6 a.m. Sydney to Brisbane, and then they came back about an hour ago, and now they're back again to Brisbane. So nice to see it. So this is the third time we are capturing it out here on our very same stream in, I would say, a little less than 5 hours. Alright, Jackie says it's been raining off and on. Okay. Try to stay dry. Hopefully you don't have to go out anyway, and you know that's going to make it much more easier. But then yeah, if you have to, just be extra cautious, and hopefully everything goes well. I know sometimes, you know, raining, the rain thing can make it a bit uncomfortable for people just moving around. You know, even you're going shopping or something, could be a bit crazy. But yeah, for the most part, try to stay nice and dry, hoping the rain just dies off altogether, and you know, you get some nice good sunny weather. Maybe some dry weather spells should really be helpful.
When
We haven't had a look at the road today. So let's have a look at the road. Yeah, there you go. We missed out the morning peak driving to work crowd. Yeah, we were totally focused on the planes. We didn't even think about the road anymore. But yeah, I just remember about it now, and that's how we get this.
Right to one shot short, runway 16 right. It'll contact ground 122.
Hey Matthias, hello, welcome to the stream. How about the Thai Airways plane? Is it going to move or not? Not so soon, because you know they just arrived, I think about an hour ago or something. Of course, we had one Thai Airways that just departed when this one, just before this one would arrive. So yeah, it's going to take some time. Let us say another few whatever. But yeah, it's not going to depart anytime soon, like not immediately in the next few minutes at least. Cathay Pacific making its way to the gate. Sorry, not the gate, to the runway. Okay, let us capture DHL. Wow, what a lovely smoking thing. Hey Magdalene, yes, indeed. Sydney has quite a bit of them. And we are quite lucky to get those special liveries ever so often out here. Okay, 11 o'clock, and I think just prior to 11, Singapore Airlines SQ232 has pushed back. Wow, quite a lot of planes. From one yellow to another one, Scoot. Boeing 787. Was the 787-9 Dreamliner of Scoot coming in from Singapore Changi International Airport. Scoot TR10. We will be departing as TR11 not too long from now, maybe about an hour and a half from now or so. Hey Mick, hello, good morning again. Now back for a bit, been catching up on things and just finished filling in the census form. Oh yeah, definitely right. Census night, 11th. Can understand with the census and stuff like that. Yeah, could be a bit busy for quite a lot of people as well, you know, just an additional thing to do. But yeah, with the already busy life and stuff, sometimes people end up missing out on it, you know, they just end up forgetting. So hopefully yes, thank you very much for reminding us, Mick, and to all of you watching us from Australia, please do not forget your census form today. Mick, yes, Scoot is actually the low-cost carrier of Singapore Airlines. So if you fly on Scoot, you're still going to earn miles. You're still going to earn KrisFlyer miles. That is the Star Alliance miles as such. So of course, yeah, you need to be part of the KrisFlyer membership as such, which is of Singapore Airlines. But yeah, they are typically low-cost carrier of Singapore Airlines. And in fact, if you book your itinerary where Singapore Airlines doesn't fly, you will usually end up on one of the Scoot flights. You know, I've got very many of those Scoot flights when I've come in from Japan to Sydney. That's from Tokyo to Sydney. My first leg of the flight would have been on Scoot, and then the next one on Singapore Airlines to Sydney. But sometimes it's even the other way around. Sometimes I get the first flight on Singapore Airlines and then the other one on Scoot from Singapore to Sydney. It just depends on what flights are available at what cost and stuff like that. But yeah, they are very transparent. You know that you're booking on a Scoot flight, you're going to get things as such. Now, having said that, if you actually book your whole itinerary, your whole trip on Singapore Airlines, you're going to get your meals. You're going to get a blanket which is for you to keep, right? So that blanket that they give you, because usually if you just book a Scoot fare all by itself, you're not going to be getting a blanket, you're not going to be getting your meals, so you've got to purchase it separately. But if you book on Singapore Airlines, you will always get your meals on Scoot, as well as you'll get a blanket, and that is for you to keep, that is for you to take, so you can just take it home with you. And okay, it's quite a good one. I have been on Scoot. Yeah, the only thing is, I'm not going to say it's a complaint or a gripe, but the only thing is I want to say is, when you fly on Scoot, especially when they give you your meal, I find the portion size a bit too small, I would say, for my liking. It's like, compared to full service carriers like Singapore Airlines, or maybe you name it, you name any other carrier in the world, right? The portion size would be ever so slightly larger. But on Scoot, that's not the case. You know, it could be a bit too less, I would say, for me as a person. Now, having said that, I don't really eat much, but you know, for the fact still that I end up wanting for a bit more is, I think it's a telling thing that yeah, the portion sizes could be larger, and you'll able to tell just by looking at the meal tray as such. The meal tray is small, which is fine, but then your main dish, your main course meal as such, it looks smaller. So this is one thing that, you know, I would just want to pre-position you for it, just in case, you know, someday you plan to do travel on Scoot. Yeah, but having said that, it's not a bad airline by any stretch, right? Okay, it's a good one compared to all the low-cost carriers that I have flown. I would say Scoot is wonderful. Yeah, I would really say that Scoot is wonderful compared to any of the other low-cost carriers that I have been on all this while. Did you all see that? Did you all see that? A bit of a crabbing there. They were trying to keep it on the center line. But nice one.
406.
Alright, JQ47, Sydney to Seoul engine.
4 stronger, bait 555. Push back. Trim.
555.
There you go. They have begun rolling.
City ground. 21 Delta, City ground, taxi Bravo.
Bravo 8.
Velocity 512, Crossway 25, taxi 41.
The mismatched cone yet again. Woo! Hello Tana, hello. Say hi from Bangkok, Thailand. Nice. Thank you very much for joining us. And good morning, Tana. Really appreciate you joining us today. Thank you so very much. Hope you're having a great time and hoping you're well. Sydney to Shanghai Pudong International Airport, China Eastern on MU 562. No worries, Tana, no worries. Thank you very much, in fact, for joining us. Always happy to see a lot of viewers out here watching us and sharing the joy of aviation, sharing a lot of their experiences. You know, experiences is something that really matters to us quite a bit. And as you can see, ever so often there are some of the experiences that we share, or maybe some information about aviation. So thank you very much. Really appreciate you joining. Hoping you can share some of your aviation experiences with us as well. Feel free. This one we should able to see at least in between of the bushes, if we are lucky. Oh, wow, that's nice. Yeah, nice to see them. They just rotated very nicely. And that's the Qantas yet again, without the red room. Singapore Airlines SQ232. Alrighty, they have begun their takeoff roll. Let's get going. I think this is only the second A380 departure on the stream today, right? Because we did not have the Johannesburg service yet, at least I would say. But let's enjoy this one.
Ground today, velocity 41, Bravo.
Must be 650 ground, hold short of Bravo.
Okay, we have Qantas's 787 coming in from Melbourne, QF 6002, most likely a repositioning one.
4 Alpha Uniform, runway 25, turn right, block 1.
That was the 787-8 Dreamliner to Osaka Kansai of Jetstar JQ13. They arrived before the sole engine service, but then they have departed after the sole engine service departed. Yeah, the sole engine service was less time on the ground than out here. Consistent to Sydney on the Airbus A320 JQ746.
0954 approved. Can I give like a company to now the inbound to 8 and then bay 24 push back through?
Oh, oh, what was that camera shake about? Yeah, it felt a bit tired, I believe.
When you're able, traffic pushing back and going to disconnect point 1 to them. Let's do 40 seconds. We go off the way to 730 and under tow, then good domestic flight. Circle flight at domestic way to some outbound, then good 33.
Saab A330 and then
Velocity 64, Sydney ground, taxi via Mound, hold short on turning.
take off on the
Company everything. Gemini, third.
That is another Dash 8 out of the very many that we've captured already earlier today. Okay, having said that, we do have most of our services that departed today on time. That does mean that we should be able to end with all of the morning peak departures by maybe 12. Let us see if that is how it goes. We still have what, 35 minutes from now? It's 25 minutes past, sorry, 25 minutes past 11. Xiamen Air for their flight back to Xiamen, China.
Runway 1.
Fiji Airways FJ911 coming in from Nadi. Had a bit of that swing towards the left, or maybe a bend towards the left, or maybe tilt towards the left.
On Alpha, X25 left, the runway and go one, base.
That is Fiji Airways FJ911 on the Airbus A350-900.
Tower 120, A181 Heavy City, continue approach. Yeah, that's the one. Take 40, come back to 150. Crossing now, about 6 couple. What's up, 509, City Tower, thanks, runway 16 right, please take off. Ground, short of 25. Please 204 Delta, hold short off 51. What's our truck? What's Delta?
And that is Chamonix MF802. MF802 to Xiamen. We did capture them this past Saturday with the United Nations livery, the sustainable livery. It will be a couple of minutes more before they depart, as they've got to taxi to runway 16R. That's going to be a long one. They aren't even at speed actually. So yeah, CX181 at this time, Hong Kong to Sydney on the Boeing 777-300ER.
Make 3 Delta, cross range 2, short front 1. 5
Check 223 Delta 6 right, keep it takeoff.
Taxi Alpha, hold short runway 25.
Taxi Alpha, hold up runway 121.
Gemini 802, report ready with 120.5.
Report power, West still 5,
Yeah, get all those Dash 8s, get all of them, we love them. Yeah, but for the very fact that if y'all may have noticed, they are all, most of them are departing from runway 16R, and that's why we did not get anything on this side taxiing in front of us. Of course, we got them, but not as many as we usually get on the live streams. That's for the very fact that most of them, as we have noticed and seen, they departed from runway 16 right.
International 5830 have a 1 inch. Check 3 Delta, contact departures, good day.
Runway 5, taxi 819.
Runway 5,
QF59, Sydney to Tokyo Haneda on the Airbus A330-300. Wow, I'm so glad to see Sydney back to normal operations. Just on time, everything perfect. Delayed to Sydney service on JQ763. That's the Airbus A320. We'll turn our attention to MF 802 Xiamen A, Sydney to Xiamen, China. Another wonderful airline, I do love them, and we've had a couple of our viewers travel with them as well, and their experience has been positive. I personally have not traveled with them anytime, but yeah, there's quite a lot of Chinese airlines to try if you ever want to do that, right? Hopefully we have the time more than anything else to give it a go.
Station status information. Yankee changes the runway.
Yay,
for
just a bit of them. Cathay Pacific, we can see its tail making its way to the gate. Yeah, now we are just waiting for the final few departures. 11:39 a.m. here in Sydney.
Like 181, the city ground hold short for 25.
So, runway 25, really going down.
Concerning 25, tech 67.
75, taxi, ceiling line, anyone on that?
Just a bit dead silent out here. Randall says I'm still here, but 2.5 behind. Oh, what did that mean? Like 2.5 hours behind? Really? Oh, okay. So probably maybe you paused the live stream and then that's why you're 2.5 hours behind or something? Is that the case?
Velocity 1281, 25 taxi, hold short Sierra.
Okay, 2.5 hours. Cuckoo. I'd love to see this British Airways 787. It looks so nice. Yeah, we will be getting MU735 Shanghai to Sydney, China Eastern on their A330-300. Won't be too long, about 2 minutes. So we should be getting them. And meanwhile, yeah, British Airways 787 looks super beautiful as always. Hey Benjamin, hello. How are you doing, Ben? Thanks for joining us, Ben.
31281 via Lima, short, runway 34 left, check out 126 at Mound.
Seems like ANA NH890 has started taxiing as per what we saw on the banner. Okay, we don't see them. We do have LATAM as well as Air New Zealand to Auckland. The Boeing 777 that we just saw on the screen. I'll pan around and show it to you all. Here you go. They both are scheduled to push back at 11:45. It is 11:46. I don't see either one of them having pushed back, but I think they should be almost ready. So I think we are going to be having a bit of departure action as we speak. That is going to be New Zealand and New Zealand Boeing 777, LATAM Airlines Boeing 787-9, All Nippon Airways NH890, again on the 787-9 Dreamliner. And yeah, I can't really see it with my naked eye anyway, so maybe it's one of the inner gates. I didn't even pay attention to it as they had arrived earlier today. I think they arrived just after 9. So yeah, quite a bit of stuff actually with those departures. Maybe we'll get to see them pretty soon.
On Alpha, the runway 25 left, taxi 5, and Gulf 1, base.
Taxi Alpha and then taxi on 25, then 4,
Okay, meanwhile, by the time we get some action, let us have a close look at China Eastern that's coming from Shanghai.
923 taxi, hold short, runway 2. 30, push back through.
You'll be off the company.
Taxi, hold short, Foxtrot. Delta 923, cross 2.25, point Bravo 10, runway 34 there.
Bravo 10,
Alrighty, how about the Sydney runway change? Okay, now we see the Tokyo Haneda service, All Nippon Airways Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. Hey Vortex Dragons, hello, good morning. How are you doing, Vortex Dragons? Thanks for joining us on this live stream today. Hoping you're well, mates.
Just right, 45, 7,
All Nippon Airways NH890. Yeah, usually they were the ones all this while, in fact for quite some time, to end the departure session in the morning. But over the last few months I've seen that they have been finishing off quite early. It's like they will taxi, they will push back right on time and be out and about. And in fact the other airlines still stay around there, like say LATAM Airlines and New Zealand Usually they were the ones who would be out and about first for most of the time, and that includes Cebu Pacific as well. Of course, we do not have Cebu Pacific that arrived today, so that's a totally different story altogether. But what I'm trying to say is, usually we used to end the morning peak departure session with the departure of All Nippon Airways. But yeah, in the last few times All Nippon Airways tries escaping a bit too early. All Nippon Airways has begun taxing. Free to go. And New Zealand as well. Haha, finally they are getting out and about. Let us see if LATAM Airlines pushes back. They don't seem to be ready yet, so maybe it's going to take a while. But let's see. We are at the tail end of the stream. As you all know, the morning peak departure session is about to end, with all of them moving out and about. Hey Aero, hello. How are you, Aero? Thanks for joining us. Hope you're having a great time. Thank you so very much, Aero.
Hold short on A34.
That's 5, hold short. Check again. Wait, move at 60 degrees at 1, 2 knots. That's up. Point Bravo 1.
And New Zealand, Boeing 777, waiting to capture the Boeing 777. Alrighty, with Air New Zealand taxiing right in front of us, we also have LATAM Airlines that has pushed back. It's not at its gate anymore. I could just see its tail. I think it's behind that structure as they push it even much more. You can just see the tip of that tail fin right on top, and now it's going to go even behind that wall, so we'll not see anything. Yeah, but having said that, that will be the end after we capture LATAM Airlines, because we'll be out and about. We've got a couple of things to do at home, so yes, we will be out and about. But yeah, still 3 more departures, 3 more heavy departures, I would say. Of course, we do not include the lighter aircraft for the very fact that, you know, we have a lot of them, quite a lot. So yeah, and I do know that a lot of our viewers have always told us that they love to see the different heavy departures and arrivals. So yeah, having said that, this is Air New Zealand Boeing 777-300ER, ends at 104 to Auckland, New Zealand. Let us get ready for NH890, the service to Tokyo Haneda on all Nippon Airways. And once again, the broccoli livery, the 3rd time in the day, the same stream. How good is that? 3 times Toy Story livery of Virgin Australia, 3 times Qantas Link VHX4A with the broccoli livery. Sydney to Prospering, JQ840 on the A320 of Jetstar. They have begun their takeoff roll. We will be capturing them.
Bravo 22 to inbound the apron, hold by Bravo 2, for remain 3 to the left.
NZ104. They have lined up on the runway, but they will be departing after Sydney to Adelaide service QF 737 on the Boeing 737-800 of Qantas. Oh, okay, so doesn't look like that. NZ104 will be cleared for takeoff now. It seems to be QF 737 is going to take the whole runway. Let's put our hands together for Air New Zealand. Wow, they have rotated so early. Pretty sure they're quite light. Yeah, in terms of fuel they would be light, but in terms of passenger numbers as well, I do believe that could be the case. They haven't used most of the runway. No worries, lot, no worries. Thank you very much. In fact, thanks to you for sticking around this long, for watching us, enjoying the show. And there we have LATAM Airlines.
Runway 25, Foxtrot Charlie, V12.
Okay. 625, Foxtrot here.
LATAM Airlines LA810
That's the 323, thanks. Runway 10,
to Santiago, Chile.
No delay on.
Rebound base 12, down, and push back.
Registered as CCBGC and age of the aircraft 11 years old. June of 2015 is when it was delivered. Oh really? Wow, thank you so much. Wow, we had a wonderful viewer and they've been watching us all morning. Wow, that's so nice. Planes left, right and center is what we are getting. And there we are.
When you're ready, contact 20.5.
LATAM Airlines LA810. QF7 Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth on the A380. They have started squawking. Not too sure if they will be pushing back anytime soon. Oh, yes, they are indeed pushing back. So QF7. Should we wait for QF7? Should we capture QF7 or should we be out and about after the departure of LATAM Airlines to Santiago, Chile? What do we do? We've already extended our time considering the fact that we were to depart exactly at 12 from here. But LATAM Airlines, not as delayed as it was the last few weeks, I would say, but still delayed. So yeah, I'm not too sure whether we should be waiting for the departure of QF7 Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth, Texas service. Let us see how it works out. Oh really? Wow, that's nice. Okay. That's nice. That's nice.
We'll go down and just have a look and say hi.
Okay, cool. Good to know. No worries. Always happy. Join us. We'll be in Tokyo next Monday. So yeah, we'll be filming from there. So yeah, Haneda. Yeah. And the mighty beast A380 VHOQA. We captured them arriving earlier this morning, and we should be capturing them again as they depart. We'll just stay for them. Can't be rejecting an A380. Armador, hello. No worries at all. No worries. Thank you. In fact, thank you very much for joining us. And Lee, thank you very much for becoming a member, for joining us as a member, as well as for sending 5 gift memberships. How sweet of you, mates. Thank you very much. Thank you. Armador, Kevin, Stormer, Kim in Rhodes Island, David, congratulations on getting your gift membership. And Lee, once again, thank you very much for sending across 5 gift memberships. Really appreciate it, mates. Sydney to Santiago service, they have begun their takeoff roll. We should be getting them shortly, nice and ready to capture them. Wonderful. With that, Qatar Airways being pulled along to their gate. They won't be departing anytime soon yet. Still about 2.5 hours prior to departure. But yeah, they need quite a lot of preparations, considering it's a Boeing 777-300ER, a very long journey, 14.5 hours to Doha Hamad International. So yeah, quite a bit that they've got to do. And that is Qatar Airways will be using the Virgin Australia number VA1 Virgin Australia. Of course, in the most simplest terms, we know it's leased out to Virgin Australia as such. Qatar Airways Boeing 777-300ER. They arrived earlier this morning as VA2. So yeah, that is how it is. They'll be departing 14.5 hour flight tomorrow morning. Around 5:30 is when they will reach Doha Hamad International. Of course, it's still going to be night time for them, Tuesday night, because I think it's about a 7-hour difference. Up close and personal with a Qantas A330. Once one of our viewer told us that they love the sounds of an A330. I'm pretty sure they will be happy to listen to this one, the one that we just heard. And that is Air Calin Sydney to Noumea service SP141, registered at SFONEA, and just a 2-year-old aircraft. December of 2023 is when it was delivered. That's about 2 years and 8 months old.
Yellow Bravo, dash 8 southbound Charlie, by Charlie, runway 25.
Hey, good afternoon, Daz. Wishing you a very good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us on the stream today. We've been streaming for quite some time, since morning. Just before the curfew ended is when we started our stream, and right now it is 27 minutes past 12. Yeah, we were supposed to be out and about. However, we stayed for LATAM Airlines. It was a bit delayed, but then now we are waiting for this aircraft, that is QF7. Yeah, like you said, the big bird. We are waiting for the QF7 Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth service to depart, and once we capture their departure, we will be out and about. Yeah, no more extensions because we've extended it quite a bit. We were supposed to be out and about at 12. It's 12:27, so like maybe about a half an hour delay, and I think by the time they do depart, we'll be adding another 10 minutes or so. Let us have a look at another big bird, Etihad A350-1000. We captured them arriving this morning from Abu Dhabi. Yeah, they all are being pulled to the gate because in the next 2.5 hours is when they will be departing. So yeah, that's how it is. The A350-1000 looks nice and shiny. It's always good to capture them.
Bravo, contact 2685. Next, 41 taxi by Charlie, Bravo 1, hold short Sierra.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Daz. Yeah, indeed. Like earlier this morning, we had like over 600 watching. Yeah, but then, you know, as the time passed and as the planes, like, you know, the frequency dropped, then yeah, of course, you know, the viewers as well, they do drop, which is totally fine with us. Yeah, because we were quite happy to get some crazy action, especially those windy landings and stuff. So yeah, for the most part, yeah, seems to be even 400, pretty good. Qantas service flight to Dallas, US. Yes, Dundee. This is the one to Dallas Fort Worth. Daz Vid, thank you very much, Daz. And Ekalin to Nomia. We'll get a nice closer look of it. Nice. And that's the A350-1000. They've crossed the active runway and now are on the other side. They should be assigned a gate and they should be good to get all their work done. Qatar Airways has already been assigned a gate. So we'll just wait for QF7, not too long before they are out and about. They should be taxiing all the way to the start of runway 34, and once cleared for takeoff, we should be able to see them. So let's say another 5 odd minutes. Okay, we have QF19 pushing back Sydney to Manila service. However, we won't be waiting to capture them.
Cross runway 25 Sierra.
Let's get ready for the last departure, QF7. They are almost at the edge of runway 34 left. Will be a nice way to end the stream. What we see on screen is QF19 Sydney to Manila service. However, we will not be staying back for that one because we need to be out and about. And we've captured quite a lot of Qantas A330 departures this morning. So we will end the stream with a lovely and mighty A380. not too long before they line up on the runway.
Thank you. Delta taxi. Stop. Bravo 4 Charlie.
Taxi, Foxtrot 1, Echo Charlie, Foxtrot.
Okay, QF7, they have begun their takeoff rolls Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth on the Airbus A380 registered as VHOQA, the first A380 of Qantas. Won't be too long before they are here on our screens. That is QF7. Pretty long flight for them, about 17 hours. Yeah. Quite a long one, and they are going to be arriving just about the same time as they depart because of the time difference between Sydney and Dallas Fort Worth. So wishing everyone a very happy journey out there. And that is it, our global lovely audience joining us from all across the globe. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much, Lee. Thank you, Ben. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much, Daz, Dundee. Thank you very much, Hapsy. Thank you, Mark. Thanks for joining us. We hope you all have a great time and really appreciate your presence on this wonderful stream. Yeah, it's been one crazy morning and we are happy that we could capture all of that action for you all. So I do hope you'll have a wonderful time. Stay tuned with us for a lot more action to come, and we will speak to you all in maybe the next stream, which is not too far off. Not too sure if we will even be streaming from inside the airport, but yeah, if we do, you will obviously get a notification. So that's about it for today. Thank you guys, take care, stay safe, and have a wonderful one. And yeah, just in case you haven't subscribed, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell so that you get all of the notifications of when we are live the next time. Alrighty, we just got back to see Ian's comment, which says most enjoyable stream to watch all morning. Thanks for the great viewing. No worries, mates. Really happy to be bringing all of these aviation action to you, and stay tuned, there's a lot more action coming. You won't be disappointed, I tell you. If you are happy with this stream, I'm telling you, you're going to be much more excited with the action that's going to be coming later, probably this year. Yeah, stay tuned. Probably we should be maybe we'll provide more information on our next stream. Yeah, because even we haven't really written it down and organized it yet, but we do know that we have quite a bit of plans as such. So stay tuned for all of that, and we will see you pretty shortly. Take care. In once again, thanks for your kind words, and everyone, thank you very, very much for all of your kind words, your support, your likes, and everything else. Thank you.
Quarter 649 ready. Quarter 649, City Tank, ready. Quarter 19, contact Tower 120 decimal. Okay.
Via cabin, if possible, and the route is not available at easterly military activity. I can provide you with a routing to file in order to get back where you're supposed to be. Bravo Echo November, Bravo Uniform, then Cubic 304, then Latitude Lima Alpha Sierra Uniform Delta.
Good, 38,000.